quietly. This part of me I choose not to see. What lives must I take for fealty's sake? How much blood must stain this warrior's blade? War leaves its trail in moonlight so pale. Its shadows they flow in rivers and rivers. So put on my mask, I'll go where they ask, so I might once again see the roses of May, staining my soul and stinging my eyes. The red on my hands won't wash away, nowhere to run from what I have done. I'm no longer a rose of May. Fate holds the blade before you, mirrored in maiden's eyes. Far from myself I fly into the perilous skies, and they said, follow the blade before you, fear fall and courage rise. Leave all your tears behind you, far from where innocence lies. Cage of the kings, no need for wings, so turn them to stone, from roses to bone. When you look at me, what do you see? This costume I weave, disfiguring me. War leaves
Never about you. Our relationship is a secret.
Speaking of which, hello, welcome back
Oh shit!
to Levelheads D&D.
Hi.
Another
Hi.
session of misadventures with these goobers here. These goobers include, but are not limited to, Neanderson, playing the half-elf warlock, Dane Solis.
Pew pew.
Eldritch Blast. We have...
Eldritch Blast.
Say the thing, warlock. We have the fallen Aasimar sorcerer, Morgden Gwicht.
Yes.
I have to drink water every time I
Nice.
say that.
That's why I did it, so that you could hydrate.
Yeah, that's why. We have
So thoughtful.
Labrilla playing the tiefling monk, Shidali Luala.
I'm gonna punch things.
That's true. Whether or not it calls for it, I believe that's going to be the case. we have the half-elf rogue played by Mondo Mole number 3. That is Tobavar Balen.
Hello.
And of course we have Nancinator. A lot of practice happened last session. IIRC. We have Nancinator as the Warforged cleric, Branded Edge 303.
I will hand out juice boxes and make sure everybody's okay.
Aw,
Thanks, Mom.
head pass.
We
The priest sounds the
appreciate
best.
you.
And of course, Nux Tibia holding it down as always. Where'd our map
Hell yeah,
go?
the Nux.
Oh yeah,
There's
the
the map.
true MVP.
True hero of this story.
Ook.
How do I
There we go.
have 47d4?
Voted
and 88?
MVP 5 times in a row.
Correct. You goaded.
I'm just spitballing here, but I really think there should be a Nux emote.
Oh.
I need to check on the status of
I
my
really
animated
think,
emotes.
like... We're all gonna be shocked when Nux is the big bad.
Or love
True.
interest.
Then it'll make sense
It,
in
the
retrospect.
big bad and love interest is not exclusive for you.
Yeah.
Guys, what happened last time?
I don't know.
It was a giant battle.
Oh no.
Literally.
That's
Yeah.
Yep. Surrounded by all sorts of nasties.
Oh,
Uh,
and then our plan is
here's
to
what happened,
poison the
giants.
giant chief.
Listen, that's
Indeed.
already in motion. It's probably not going to work, and it's probably going to end up killing all these people. But for now, we've won the day.
Yeah, heroes.
fairly
Yes.
succinct. There was an incursion into the farming community, the massive farming community of Golden Fields, that supplies a lot of staple.
It was close by, so it was a Nearman community at the time.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
That supplies a lot of the sundries and trade to the Sword Coast. Very important place in the lands surrounding. That an oddly organized group of giants had decided to indulge themselves in. But the party, alerted by the drunken halfling Oren Ogilvy, came to the aid, and through much trial and assistance from some very special NPCs, they were able to drive back this incursion. And as one of the giants fell blubbering as a big, dumb, dirty idiot baby, that he was afraid of his chief, Guh, not if he were to fail to return with food. The party took mercy on him and gave him several sacks of grain, with a friendly parting gift of plenty of pesticides within.
Listen, we wanted to have more of a kick, but our moral compass said no.
That's what it was. Yeah, so they sent this giant on its way, and finally, after a long night of romping through the golden fields of Golden Fields, came to rest at the North Furrow's End. I would say go ahead and check off your long rests.
Okay.
If you have not already.
That
So
was a
good to
hell of a
have
thing.
those spell slots back. Gimme.
Yeah, give me my 2 slots back.
Yep.
I feel as if I'm no longer on the brink of death. That's always a good feeling.
I was totally fine.
Of course you were.
Yeah.
For lack of try.
What?
You, have you shoved? Oh Lord, where are the firelings?
Oh,
They
yeah.
should be with the little grate at the hearth. They're penned in
Oh, you-
right now.
You've
Ooh.
put them in prison. I like it.
I didn't. I think
What
the
happened?
Maybe they escaped into the cornfields and now we have popcorn.
delicious.
Delicious.
That would,
I would say that
would-
did not happen.
I would hope not. That would make
would
us
hope-
worse
yeah.
than the giants.
We would need to kind of run away.
The songs in our honor would
Yeah.
change.
Just this bitch. Oh, those mischievous imps, you know.
Burn the entire
no.
village to a crisp.
I don't like that roll I just saw, but let's keep going.
I like it. I embrace chaos.
I needed that rest. I feel so much better. I'll do my morning
Meditation.
meditation.
Dane,
I
your trance is interrupted a little early as a frantic
Oh.
knocking at your door. Excuse me, Mr. Dane.
did you not see that I was trancing?
The creatures are displeased. The ones
What
you
do you
brought,
mean?
the ones the little fire things in the hearth.
Oh, my babies.
You
Yes.
see one of these servers with a worried and furrowed brow. Can you please come help calm them down? They
Right now.
might burn the place down.
Right now. You want me to come right now?
If later we might not have an inn.
Okay, well, very well. And I confidently strut past nude.
Oh my. He'll run to the linen closet and grab a sheet and say, "Oh, here you are. If this will help."
Robe me.
Dane, please. None of
Ties
us
it
are
off
trying to
clumsily. It's just sort of like, it's not really like secured over the over the shoulder. It's just kind of like pinched
Sleeping.
and you know the bath towel cinch that you just tuck the corner into it and just roll it. It's just kind of around you like that. So you have kind of a flowing little off-white
Ensemble.
sheet.
Yeah.
And you get downstairs.
Alright.
You see Miros saying, "Oh, they didn't sleep through the well. Actually, they didn't sleep as late as you did, but they didn't go outside and fight a bunch of giants either. So they rested a bit better. And now they're just bristling with energy, aren't they? And you see them like grabbing the bars of the grate that's holding the hearth closed and flaring up and just little sprays of embers just come out, and as soon as it does, he takes the dish towel and tamps it down. Get them under control. I was told this wouldn't be a problem.
But it's not a problem. Oh, don't hurt my babies. Don't hurt my babies. And then like I'm gonna is there like something that might be combustible nearby?
There's that stack of firewood that was produced, that was brought in.
Great. I'm gonna take like a sticky each and like, all right, one for you and one for you.
Instantly. Just
I'll take one more for each, and then
Shaking at the bars.
see, they're fine now. They're very well behaved. You don't need to worry at all. What's the problem?
Yeah, make a dexterity saving throw, please.
Oh, I can totally do that. I'm very dexterous. Nope. Nope.
How much?
6.
6. Right. There you go. You have your fire ring, so you take 3 points of fire damage as a collective jet of flame in this hearth is sort of they're flaring up, and it condenses, and a burst of fire just comes out and licks up on your chest and singes the towel and catches you in the chin and sinus.
Oh, that's a good burp from my little baby. Just say,
And then they kind of run around in the hearth, scratching at the stone walls.
You want to get let out? Yes, you do. You want to go for a walk? You want to go for a little walkie? Yeah. I turned to, what was his name? Morris?
Miros.
Mir-
Donald?
Donald?
Hello? No, Donald.
Can we have them run around in the yard? There must be like a non-combustible yard nearby. No?
There's
Liverless is just peeking in the window like,
there's the town center, where a lot of kids play. That won't immediately burn.
Hmm.
It is quite early. Right now, if you look out the window, you see it's probably something like 7.
so it'll only be the homeless kids.
Tell you what, I'm going to wait until someone else is woken up, and then we can, each take one so we can take care of them.
Okay.
They're fine to stay in the hearth for a while. Don't worry about it. Right? You're gonna behave? Yeah, my baby, you're gonna behave? Yeah.
It hasn't stopped.
So cute. So cute. Okay, I'll say like, okay, hold tight. Daddy will be right back. Go to sleep. Yeah. And then I'll go back to my
Vibrating.
room, and then I don't know, slowly get dressed and ready to go.
I presume you do you finish your trance, I guess?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Let me see if Miros can figure something out.
Of course he can.
Oh yeah, he's good. All right. Okay, so you leave the concerned Miros with the vibrating fire magmins, and return to your room to catch a few more hours of trance. It was very late last night when you all retired to the North Furrow, as there was a lot of mileage being covered in Golden Fields back and forth to, among the fields during the battles and cleaning up the corpses with the guards, or having the guards clean up the corpses, and then enacting your plan with the grain to the supply to the granary to the lodgings and etc. So it probably like 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning by the time you end up getting to rest. But you go back and return to your trance and catch another solid 3 hours of trance, and that that will count as a short rest if you wanted to heal that.
Sure.
Heal that fire damage.
Thank you.
A little burn. But I would say that would be part of your long rest since you hadn't technically had it before that point. So that's part of your long
Gotcha,
rest. Is to
Gotcha.
you would heal that damage. Great. So
I have a question though.
yes,
You said he went out there naked. Did he have his ring on?
it's attuned. It's
Okay.
attuned shit. Who takes off a ring when they sleep?
Me.
Dane, do you take off a ring when you sleep? Dane, do you take off a ring when you sleep?
No.
An attuned ring? Yeah. Yeah, the ring.
Y'all are weird. Keeping
Come on.
stuff on when you sleep.
It's
Really?
not one that's like on a finger.
Yeah.
I mean, I make
My,
My
I make
magical
comment-
jewelry can be close, you know?
I'm gonna imagine.
I make this comment
We're
known full well. One of my
attuned and good
characters sleeps in
friends.
armor.
Yes, armor. Yeah. And yeah, your character has reason to.
Yeah.
But armor
I
would
could go
typically
out
be
for
doffed.
my morning martial arts and
Okay.
but I s-
Shidani,
Punch kick.
you pass by Tressiel on her way up to the rooms. She said, "Oh, you're up.
yes.
I was just
Good
on my way
morning.
to well, if not wake you all, it was a long night after all. Then at least to inform you that at about 2 bells, which means 2 in the afternoon, about 2 bells, we will be having a gathering to discuss the events of the previous night. I wanted to, as the community, of course, I wanted to see if you all would care and to help us out by attending.
I mean, yeah, sure. We would like to move on soon, but yeah, I mean, we can attend
Certainly.
your last gathering.
That would be very helpful. Yes. Please don't let me keep you. You look like you have some business to attend. And she will. I'll say, Tobavar, you, if not already awake and alert, well, you're alert, of course, but if not already awake, you hear a knocking on a door that is not your door, but it's just across the hall. You knock again. And then you hear a knock on your door.
I suppose I'll answer it.
Tobavar, yes, I was just passing by Shidani and wanted to inform you as well. We were having a gathering, in the, I did not mention where. It would be at the Abbey. We'll be having a gathering of the community in the Abbey to discuss what transpired last night. It would be most helpful if you all would attend.
Of course.
It would be happening at 2 bells. So please take your time. You reckon it's sun coming through the window. It's not quite noon. 10ish. Yes, but do take your time. You must be exhausted after.
Scottish racket sports.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I too thought of the Sean Connery at Wimbledon joke. What time does Sean Connery arrive at Wimbledon? 10ish.
Oh God. I hate that I laughed at that.
I'll have to taste
Yes,
in my mouth.
she'll point across the hall. That is where Morgan is sleeping. Yes.
Ah, yes.
If you would please let them know as well.
Of course.
Your entire group would be appreciated. We would very much appreciate your insights and perhaps expertise and opinions on the matter. But I will leave you to it. Please, there should hopefully be some brunch left. Hopefully the children haven't gotten to all the fruits.
Well, thank you.
And she will, with a little nod, she will take her leave. I say Morgan, you probably wake up shortly after.
I was say Morgan, when Morgan wakes up, you're gonna have a little rest and then try to do that meditation stuff.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Uh,
So you wake up and immediately go to immediately just sort of stretch and set upon this.
would have a ration snack probably.
Okay. All right. No continental breakfast. Just dipping
And
into your dried food
Yeah.
stuffs. Okay.
Yeah.
Make a fuck. Make a it's a wisdom check.
Wisdom. Oh boy. At least it's not a negative. That's a 2.
You sit down and try to think of
And what dice do you have?
try to think of the notes. Touch your fingertips and try to think of the notes. But you can't focus. Outside the window of the North Furrow, you hear children yelling and playing, and I got you. No, you didn't. You didn't get me. That's just my clothes. It doesn't count if you tag the clothes. Which, by the way, no, you gotta hit the body. Come on, it's bullshit.
Fuck it, Gutter Snape's making all this racket.
Let's turn them into orphans.
I'm telling who, you baby. And then one of those random just like screams you hear that children just do. They're outside playing just fucking So it's not the focus isn't coming.
That might have been the demon face looking out the window that I had minor illusions there.
Maybe.
I tried to remember what Dane looks like at his scariest.
I'm not
Spoiler, it's just his face.
So it's just Dane's face,
Just his
but like one of his eyes is slightly bigger than the other.
What, the sapphire one?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I
It's
forgot about
glowing.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, in your
Whoops.
pocket.
There's some shit going on with Dane as it is.
No, fuck yeah, that's what it is. It's like Dane's face. It's like Dane's face, but like all shadowy, and there's like a gaping eye hole.
No, I thought he had an eye patch on, right?
Yeah.
Not in my minor illusion
Yeah, not.
that I had look out the window because the kids were bothering me. I'm bad at meditation.
Okay.
Mhm.
I don't think you're supposed to scare children when you're meditating,
Not actively, at least.
even if they deserve it.
It isn't a goal.
Yeah, passively, it maybe.
You mean-
Hmm.
That's fine.
Wonder what's wrong with these kids.
And speaking of which, in fact, Shidani, you're out there doing your martial arts and taking breaks periodically to sort of center yourself, and you being this little infernal devil looking person. Even as you're meditating, you hear quiet footsteps kind of approach, and just it's out of the corner of your eye. Like your eyes still look closed, but through just slit in your eyes, and with tiefling eyes, it's kind of easy to like turn your focus without anyone noticing.
Mm-hmm.
You see one of the kids with like 3 other kids behind him, like just kind of like, as one of them's trying to reach out to your horn.
I'll be right there, Kieran.
Just like timidly.
I wait till they're just right there. And then I go, boink.
meet their finger.
Yeah.
Like ah!
On the back.
Ah! And they jump back and run back to the group.
I like to think those are the same kids that then see the demon. The demon Dane.
Daneman?
Yeah.
It might
Wait,
have
is there
been before, but
a difference now?
Yeah.
No.
so afraid of the illusion, not afraid of the actual devil.
I was like, hey, you want to see something cool?
Yeah.
No.
And I start doing like katas, you know, martial arts
Little
routine.
little ripples in the air, sort of appear. Whoa! They start mimicking poorly. They fall down almost every time.
Yeah, no, more like this.
Don't arm the children with knowledge.
Oh, you just have to practice. It's okay.
I just picture one doing like a crane pose and then just like on one leg, just
Just totally stiff. There, there's something like in the little gifs and memes and shit that hits me just right, and I can't stop myself from laughing at it. Whenever a child falls down and doesn't have that instinctual reaction to catch themselves or save themselves in any way, just like the one where they're in the little Power Wheels and it drives forward and you just and it's just wasted. It's just the I embrace death and just no instinct, nothing. Just come to me, sweet release.
I watch kids fall off bikes all day. I don't give a shit about
That shit tickles me just right. So it's kind of like that. As they just in no effort to catch themselves, just and they roll around in the dirt and giggle and laugh, and they're all having a family-friendly, wholesome good time. But is anybody else doing anything as you come to awaken and smell the remnants of coffee and probably some warm bread coming from downstairs? Shidani, I'll say as you pass by and you see, pass by the main landing, not landing, the main dining area and bar area where the hearth is, you do see the two Magmans seemingly satisfied asleep, and the woodpile, the entire woodpile that had been gathered is gone.
So, having seen that, once I've kind of like settled with the children or whatever, I'd probably just start cutting some wood.
Oh, nice.
I'm sure that I can plainly see somewhere that there is.
Let's make an athletics check.
Yeah.
See if you just like if you just pound them out, or if it's if it's good old fashioned training.
Like
16.
16. Oh yeah, you gather quite a lot of wood. This is more of a muscular task than you're typically accustomed to, but there is a fluidity to it as you assemble. You set up one log and just with the stroke of the axe, one hand sort of supported against your elbow like a quarterstaff, come in and use your body leverage and just repeat, and just you generate a sizable pile of wood.
There we are.
Job done.
Zug.
Is anyone else doing anything in particular? As you
I'll
come downstairs?
probably Bernadette will probably come downstairs about now, and see that the Magman babies are tucked away nicely. And be like, do a sigh of relief.
You do notice that around the hearth there are dark marks in an outward radial fashion.
They did throw a tantrum, but I missed it. Okay. Understood. And I will grab some coffee and kind of make sure I'm seated so that I can watch them sleeping. Keep an eye out.
As people come down and start eating and doing morning stuff, I'll just slowly trickle and relay the information that.
Yeah, you all be notified that Tressiel mentioned a meeting being held around 2 in the afternoon. Country village.
Alright, so what do we do in the meantime? We have a few hours to kill.
Just a couple hours. Yep.
I mean, I'll probably continue. Once I've already done the wood, I'd probably just wander in, get some lunch of some sort, maybe have a pint of ale, and just wait for the meeting.
Nice little
I'm
midday.
gonna have a little.
Yeah, I
Midday
worked up
treat.
an appetite. I'm hungry.
Oh yeah, nothing like after breaking a
Little-
sweat. A nice. Oh, what do they call it? I forgot what it's called. A nice artisanal ale. Oops, that's wrong.
A craft beer.
Craft beer.
Ooh,
What they call it?
I want a craft beer.
Well, there's a spot next to me at the bar.
Mosey on over.
Yeah.
Clink.
Bernadette says you're drinking, then tosses her coffee away.
Golden Gulp. That's right.
A golden gulp.
Golden Gulp. Yeah.
Morgan walks up to the table with a coffee and an ale.
We've been through some things.
Yes, we have. And they pour the
Entire
coffee into
group
the
of
ale.
we all take a big sip of our ale.
Glonk.
I've seen some shit.
Furio.
Yeah.
Furio's there at the table as well. Aye. Cheers. Cheers to that, friends.
Cheers.
I hope you're with us forever, Furio.
You will certainly always have touched my heart in just the right places.
Just the right places.
Just the heart.
Yeah.
Oh. You can't help but kind
We've
of
been through some shit.
give Morgan a little bit of like an up and down. Like, go on. See me later about that.
Horny.
What do you mean?
Minotaur, yeah.
Don't worry.
No, though. Maybe once we get through this meeting, we should kind of, I don't know, talk.
Is this
Make
before or
decisions.
after we poison these giants?
We
We've already
did
done
Yeah,
that.
you guys.
Oh, they're poisoned. They're dead. Okay, perfect.
No,
Well, I mean,
probably
we're
not.
going to have to, maybe
Almost
find
certainly.
out.
The seeds have been
But-
planted.
Yes.
Almost certainly all I've done is give him a tummy ache and made him mad.
But hey, it doesn't really matter because we're out of here anyway. So it doesn't matter if the giants are going to be angry and going to come back and like retaliate against this whole village. So we're good.
I was trying to think last night if we should try to scout out if our plan has worked. or if
That's
we
what I
should
mean.
Continue on and then circle back.
Best to make sure.
That's what I mean. We do need to decide our exact next course, and I was also going
Yeah.
to say we should pop up, maybe take a look into the giant problem, and then after that continue north.
The north.
North. Why not?
We'll want to
south?
buy some fur jackets on the way.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm
I'm
very
confused.
comfortable.
We already have that. We're not going up to
I just-
Mirabar anymore.
We're not. We're
I'm
not.
asking you. That's north. Am I wrong?
Didn't we have someplace south to go?
Goldenrod was where we went. We started. We went
This is
south
where
to
we were going, bud.
Goldenrod, and then we were gonna go north, either through, I believe it was Icewind Dale, but I can't remember exactly, or maybe it was Riverdale. Up north through until we get to Mirabar.
And visit Archie.
Wait, wasn't it? Yeah, wasn't it?
I'm gonna look up a map.
Waterdeep?
Through the Archies of
Waterdeep.
Riverdale.
Might be Waterdeep.
No.
I said the wrong thing. Stop.
Yep.
Our DM is really mad that none of us are good with any names.
I am a terrible.
Sorry, Smappy.
We have.
I
Lindsay
didn't make
is
'em up. I'm good.
100% terrible with names, but I feel like Shadani is too, so it's okay. Come on, guys.
Joe is 100%
Who are you
bad at them,
talking
too.
to? Who's talking? Shadani's
Opportunities
talking.
here.
Oh, okay,
Like-
okay.
Thank you.
Because I've got this now.
What?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Laminated it?
Ooh.
No,
Aw.
it's too big. I've sheepinated it.
Where'd you get it from?
Okay. Okay.
You should have laminated it.
Wait.
Could have.
I thought. Okay.
This only really
so,
has the main points on it. I
But
think.
so, are we
Yeah.
done with this area? This is like me. Like, are we done? Like,
Yes, our
Are we
plan
done?
was
We're-
to...
Well,
Okay.
We had to bring what's her name with the seeds here, so they can grow more
Right.
Litholysis.
yes.
And then
Oh,
we were
that's
going to
what those
continue
were?
on with our quest.
Mhm.
right.
And, But now we've got this little, little wrinkle in our plan because we have just either helped or hurt them with our plan on the giants.
Yeah, but that's neither here nor there.
Well, technically,
feel
it's
like-
here.
Yeah,
You wanna be
it's here
technical.
and there.
All right, let me.
Okay. So, okay. Now I know where we are in the whole. Perfect.
I
Okay.
just realized part of my issue. I don't have my notes opened.
Oh. Okay, so we're going north, and then like our ultimate goal is to go to Mirabar, but I thought at one point we were gonna visit Shadani's home.
Temple.
The Raven
not-
Monastery is in Mirabar.
It's
Oh,
not
Yeah.
terribly far
Kind
from
of.
Mirabar. It is.
It's-
It
it
is a
looks
little,
like
a little to
Waterdeep.
the west of Mirabar. There's
Yes.
off of Blackford Road that connects Mirabar to Luskan. There is a river path that leads up to Raven Rock, nearby Black Raven Monastery.
yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, and then
Being,
like,
of course, where all the parties are held.
got it. And then
Raven
What?
Rock.
my hometown is Neverwinter.
Yes.
Right.
That's the city
I know a
was
guy
trying
from
to
there.
remember. I was gonna
By the way, it looks
say,
like Waterdeep is south of here.
Yeah, so we could swing through Neverwinter if we would like, but ultimately we were gonna go north to Mirabar next, I believe.
Okay. Why do we?
Unless there's something else that is more pressing. That's what we need to talk about. But we were gonna speak with the have the meeting with.
Yeah, I think that's the first point of order. Because
Yeah.
who knows what happens after that.
So now we drink our ale, and we wait until we get more information before we decide where to go next.
Right, 4 hours of drinking ale. I'm good with that. Perfect. Why would we need to go to
Good way to
Waterdeep?
go to a town meeting.
We don't need to go to Waterdeep. Okay.
Uh,
Shadani
thought
would
we
have
did.
said Neverwinter. I was talking about the city that is in between us and Mirabar. Like, we can drop by there if we want, or on our way, or but we don't have to.
I'd say you would have
Yeah.
you got enough knowledge of large cities on
Yeah.
the Sword Coast to know that Neverwinter's kind of a schlep from Mirabar.
Oh, is
It is kind of the opposite direction of Mirabar. To get to
Oh, okay.
Neverwinter, I mean it's
Never mind then.
latitudinally.
Most likely be going through Tribord.
You know that Neverwinter is right on the coast.
Okay.
But it-
Okay, no, I understand then.
But yeah, longitudinally,
Yeah,
it is
yeah.
halfway. It is technically halfway.
Okay.
Latitudinally.
Then
okay.
yeah, likely we'll be leaving from here to Mirabar,
Tourism,
unless
perfect.
something becomes more pressing.
What could possibly happen?
Don't ever say that.
So, as you say that, you have a nice hearty farmland lunch with some Golden Gulp and your coffee, and proceed out to the abbey, where you see some of the folks among town. Not everyone is just flooding in that direction, but some of the folks from the residential areas. You do see Chavis. You see well, she's already there. You see Chavis. You see Naxine for certain. carrying some books and papers, a little portfolio under her arm, heading towards the abbey. And as you enter, you see that there's a bit of a packed house. It's a fairly spacious abbey. It is rustic, of course. It's rustic as expected. But all the pews seem to have been, well, not fully filled. There is a respectable little audience here, as the individual you recognize to be the abbot is standing at the postern, whatever you call it.
Lectern?
Lectern, yes.
Oh.
Standing at the lectern, just behind it, off to the side, just speaking with Tressiel, and I seem to see you come in, and friends, yes. Thank you for coming. We're about to commence the community meeting here. Please, if you would like to have a seat, we can simply proceed shortly. It appears to be sort of scattershot. You see, Shavas sitting down, and Jilang is sort of nervously just, clasping her hands together, standing stage left of the lectern, just looking back and forth, kind of biting her lip and looking back and forth to the abbot and Tressiel, and looking at the gathered throng of folks. Orn Ogilvy is sort of in the back of the room, just plucking at his lute, taking the occasional sip from a wineskin, plucking at his lute. Maxine slaps his wrist. Stop that! Not now. Drink if you must, but just please. Do not need your warblings right now. Well, get it started then. I won't have to occupy my time. Sip. Just a sassy little sip. Miros actually follows you out of the North Furrow. Tells the servers to hold down the fort while he's gone, and he comes in with you and takes a seat of his own. Tobovar, I'd say, with your passive perception, you do notice a sort of propped up against the wall, also in the back of the room, seemingly trying to stay out of sight, but maintain a dignified posture, is Strog Thunderblade. His beer gut just giving himself away, as always.
Don't shame the man.
Enough of that. As you all find some seating, the abbot comes to the lectern and says, "Thank you for coming, everyone. This has been quite a trying night. I see you've made it. Our new friends here have been of great service in assisting our community in fending off these giants and goblins and whatever else, other creatures have infiltrated our dear community here. I first extend my thanks to them, with great respect and great honor to their deeds. But there's a matter of some concern as to how this has been... Well, I should start on a more positive light, a more forward-thinking light of how this can be prevented in the future from happening again. We all feel very safe within these walls, and Shantae blesses each and every one of us, of course. But we must do our part in keeping ourselves safe and secure in these increasingly dangerous times. As our dear acolyte, Zhilang, has brought to my attention, we were given adequate warning. And Zhilang sort of like blushes into her shoulder, sort of tries to disappear into herself. There was warning given. Scouts and who had come by on the roads have reported that there had been movement and the potential for what is the word? Tressiel will say, "Oh, please, go ahead, absolutely." As he seems to be sort of fumbling for his words. I believe what the abbot is trying to say is that we could have prevented this. We had the information, but action was not taken. And she glares pointedly towards the back corner of the room where stands one Strog Thunderblade. This is a problem, and one that I feel should be rectified sooner than later. I do not believe that our captain of the guard is fit for the position.
Oh.
Spurred by this oh from Dane, there's a slight murmur in the crowd. I knew he was no good. He's so lazy. But around you hear a couple like here. Just sort of under their breath, not trying to interrupt Terestiel, but a little murmur. Please, let us consider the ramifications of this topic. We would certainly need to fill the position. Strog said, "Hey now. Now I have been the captain of our fine guards here for coming up on 8 years. 8 years come harvest time.
8 years too many.
9 years in the winter. Yes.
2 questions.
Yes.
One, has he popped out of his corner?
He has, yes. He has sort of made himself emerge and made himself known.
Okay. And follow-up question, is he holding anything right now?
His hips.
He hasn't got anything on him?
He's armed, as he typically would be. He has a short sword at his hip. A short sword. He has a short sword and a long sword on his hip.
Sleight of hand 23. Can I take one of them?
Fuck. He has the attention of Tressiel and a lot of the people, and so let's see what they've got. Okay. All right. When you're taking a short sword and or long sword from someone's waist, would involve drawing it. You don't do that. What you do, you don't produce the live steel in this conversation. What you are able to do is unclasp them.
No.
You're able to unclasp them. Just quick wedge. Get your thumb under the buckle. Get the finger through the leather loop and just Just a little, as you from the shadows next to him, just sort of like emerge. Go back. You look up. You see Tresiel watch you, and
Whoop.
a smirk. Now I have, right, yeah, 9 years, 9 years, right? I have kept this community safe through my diligent disciplining and military
I noticed
trained
you say
wisdom.
you kept them safe. Where were you last night? I saw your guard fighting and dying for Golden Fields.
Well, you saw, yeah, hey, I saw y'all out there. Hey, my
Really?
men are all
Because
very brave.
We did not see you.
Well, we talked to each other with that giant. You know, I recognize
You
talent
were not
when I
in
see
the battle, and you are lying to me and these people.
it. You would recall that he was there
Was he?
eventually.
I thought he showed
Went
up
to the
after
party.
we
Yes.
left.
No, the giant was still there, and he ordered the men to
Oh.
dispose of it.
It was at the very
Did he?
But to put my
He
point,
should-
I'll set the swords down.
Well, they're still on. You've unclassed them. They're still on for the moment.
Oh.
Okay.
I thought that he showed up and ordered them to dispose of the giant after some of us left to get the pesticides. Like post-battle.
Well,
was
he
post-battle.
tried to have the
Yes,
giant
it was
put
absolutely
down
once the
right
work was
at
done.
The end.
It was definitely when the work was done.
It was
Yeah.
right at the end when, like I said, he was trying to have
Yeah.
the giant put to death when we were like, no, we have a plan.
That's right. You're right.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
No.
you know, I saw you there. I was making my rounds and making sure no one else made their way through the fields.
Did you
Uh-huh.
even draw
But
your sword
you
once?
did a great job.
Coward.
Right.
I did not see him flash
Did I-
steel.
Well, I don't have to draw my swords when my disciplined man, and he slaps his chest, and as he does so, his belt of his sword just click clang clang.
You can't even keep your own pants up.
What a fool.
Now this is a sucks in his gut. This is a witch hunt. Y'all
How
are
can you keep the city safe if you can't keep your pants up?
Funny, people always say it's a witch hunt while they're sitting on a giant pile of witches.
Now I don't know what that means, but look, I've done my due diligence, and Tressy will say, please everyone. Oh no.
Get a
Everyone,
screen.
please calm down. And she will. I'll go for a second.
Oh, Nance.
Do you have a blue screen?
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh my. Tressiel will sort of slap her hand on the table. Here, let's fix the scene while we wait. Put it to 4. Hopefully everybody in the right. You're not going to be in the right place. You're not in the right place. Mondo's the DM in this circumstance. That's unacceptable.
Yay, we all die.
Oh no, not
Oh
Mondo.
shit, I'm a
Loot
monk.
for
Hi,
everyone.
Mondo.
I do some dope-ass martial arts moves.
Double, triple somersault with a flip.
It's okay. You don't even see.
Oh, now I'm Labrilla. Hold on, I gotta go play Street Fighter 2.
Good game.
I'll be Nancy for now.
You should.
My camera's
would-
smaller.
I'm gonna be honest, I wish I could play Street Fighter 2 like Labrilla.
We'll get there. We'll get there when she comes
She's
back.
so good.
Okay, we're in the wrong spots for now, but we'll do. Okay, now she's back.
Oh no,
Oh,
she's
here we go.
back.
Bye, player.
Fixed just in time.
There we go.
So then Brian Edge exploded into a million bits. The end.
Oh fuck. I just had a terrible idea for a one-shot battle royale where we all play each other's characters.
So Tressiel says, "Now everyone," and she slaps her hand onto the lectern. Please, if you'll come to attention, we can proceed in a civilized fashion. Yes. What I would like to hear is your accounts of what happened out there last night, and she'll gesture to the party as she says, as I understand it, you were the ones who were there first and last. So you would have the
Yeah,
most
that's
complete
right.
account.
We're the heroes.
Big damn hero, sir.
Putting it modestly, of course. Please, what happened last night?
I'll push all the villagers aside, make my way to like the center of everyone. Out of my way, out of my way. Push
Fresh.
Lo and behold, the
Morgan just
true
goes.
tales of the giant slayers.
Okay,
That's
so
We're the giant
as
slayers.
soon as Dane says that, I know he's not in my control anymore, but Orin has to start playing the lute.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's like, he'll give a sharp look to Maxine, like, ha, ah.
Nice.
Ding 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 ding.
Our fair adventurers came to here. They kicked some giant butts.
Please, just the facts, if you will.
Oh, I mean, for the facts, I present you with Morgan, and I like pull it from the crowd. Or her, then they.
You want the facts? Okay. Well, from what we've pieced together, your wonderful Captain of the Guard here has left a giant blind spot in your defenses. Goblins and bugbears made it through it. We started fighting them. and we
CG
looked
Lang, with
in
their arms
the-
crossed, just.
Then some giants showed up. And your guard fought with us well. Some people weren't there. It was not easy to win.
Well,
We
That's
took
pretty
down one giant. You almost died.
that was fine.
Please ignore him. We got one giant down. And the other one, I saw an opportunity. And I tried to act upon it. I don't know if it'll help or not. But I'm hoping feeding bad food will dissuade the large one from trying to get your food anymore. But if not, we found out the root of the problem is there is a giant that is making these smaller ones come and take your food.
I see.
I do suggest you look into that blind spot as well.
That is worth noting.
This time it was just two giants. Wait, was it two? Yeah, it was two, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. And she'll look to the rest of the party as well. And this and in these accounts, who was present with you?
Well, definitely not that guy. And I point to
Oh.
Smart
Also-
Slurg.
Strug.
Can I retcon slightly what I said?
You can
Because
always add it.
I would have Morgan would have given credit to what's her name that runs the shop for helping with the
yeah.
pesticides, even though it was in the middle of the night.
Mhm.
And the others that helped, like people, they would have called names out just to be like they were helpful to point out they were there, and then also, well, all of my friends were there.
I almost died.
The tree was there. Yeah.
Oh, and like that
everyone-
animal guy over there.
Yeah, I just point out everyone that was that Morgan can see that was there.
Chavez is like,
I didn't catch everyone's name, but I did see faces.
Oh, like that
And-
Zhilang, Maxine.
Yeah. And again,
Yeah.
I also didn't
Yeah.
see some faces.
Yeah.
And the people here deserve someone that will take care of them. What if we hadn't
Not
have been
this
here?
fool.
What if? What if we had not have been here?
Yeah.
Y'all would have been in trouble.
And one of the people sitting in the pews appears to be dressed in the armored vestments of the guardship you've seen around. No helmet, just in sort of a no caps inside. It's rude.
I can't remember. Were there any standout members of the guard that did like anything spectacular?
There was an individual who spoke with you about the sacks of grain, who largely deferred authority to Naxine over whether or not to take them,
Okay.
but made suggestions. Tried to give a glove to Var.
Seemed like a person who could know what to do in a situation. Might have gotten pointed out as someone who was above and beyond the regular guards. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. But he was quite helpful, or they were quite helpful,
Oh,
as opposed to others.
oh, me? Oh, I'm Rex.
Right. Thank you.
They just, I mean, they were doing all the work, really. I just showed them, what the goblins were trying to take. It was my job. It's fine. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yes, a
I
guard
just-
doing his job.
Yeah, he's sort
Well.
of like as he kind of downcast eyes, like, I just do my job. And at that, another guard stands up and says, like, sort of like pensively, like, okay. Captain, I mean, no disrespect, but you just woke up when the alarm went off. I mean, we were out there watching, but I know you were asleep. I mean, I'm just saying, like, that is a load of malarkey. Now, I was resting my eyes for a moment in between
Which
my
was it?
my
Were you
patrols.
making your rounds, or were you resting your eyes?
You gotta take a break every now and then and stay sharp and stay focused. Now that is stepping out of line, guardsman.
Sir. We were in a dead sleep when the alarm went off. And we were first responders. You're in charge of keeping this place safe.
Orin will speak up. I woke him up. The alarm wasn't even sounded yet. The alarm didn't sound
You
off
had a
until
head
I
start.
died. Strum.
I don't want to
Not
cause trouble in
looking
this place.
good.
I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm just throwing the charisma on.
I'm just kind
But I
of sitting
believe-
back with Dane.
I believe you all deserve
About to drop the hottest album.
a measure of safety.
Well, I'm
And again-
certainly in agreement.
What if you hadn't had a group of people who stupidly, constantly don't care if they live or die to help people? What if it had been up to your head of the guard?
Well, I would say if we had not have had we not brave individuals.
Oh, we're dumb.
She has a little chuckle. Be that as it may, had we not the brave individuals to keep us alive in these dire circumstances, to lend their assistance to our capable guard, we would be in very dire straits. If
Don't get me wrong. I'm not
the
trying
best
to be
of
rude.
circumstances.
I'm glad we were here, but we won't always be. And I've seen very good people here.
I think if we are in agreement, it will be not mine. Next scene, if you will. She will step up. She will tip up her chin, push up her spectacles, and step forward to the lectern. Say, "It is within my administrative authority, granted by the city of Waterdeep and the Lord's Alliance, that I hereby remove one Captain Strog Thunderblade from his position of authority in Golden Fields, and request that he return to Waterdeep at his earliest convenience for immediate reassignment."
You done goofed!
This is... Now.
Bye.
Hold on, please. As the roads are quite dangerous, it is also within my authority to permit a constituent of the guardship here to escort you. You will be leaving here as soon as arrangements are made, and you may be led safely to your destination. If you would please remit to my office. If you would please remit to the office of the registrar your papers of commission for the position here at this community at your earliest convenience, we may make arrangements forthwith. And she will the portfolio that she laid down and didn't really even need to read from it. She had this in her heart. Will close it, tuck it back under her arm, and gesture back to Tressiel. The lectern is yours, Lady Tressiel.
Orphan sits down.
And at that, the crowd, several members of the crowd start, yeah, and at that it builds. So this is still
Above table question.
Yes.
Did we figure out? Are we going through Waterdeep to get where we're going?
We'll come back to that.
Okay.
Stuff is happening. He with this bluster and huff, just pulling at his belt that he just reaffixed. Now,
As for dignity.
fine. That's fine. I don't need this community. This community needs me. You will be sorry when this place falls apart without me here to discipline the troops and hold it all together. Furio will stand up and say, I believe it is time for you to make your leave, my friend. If you will. I believe there's some accommodations for you to take care of. Some things to pack. You may wish to make that as convenient as possible. And I'm gonna roll for that. Roll for as well. one part persuasion, one part intimidation. Strog will buckle, like visibly just shirk into his shoulders, like, you're right. You're right. The office of captain commands some dignity, and I will carry it with poise. Good luck in the future.
Crying.
I'm not. I don't. Until you said that he wasn't, but he's like, I'm not. I don't know what you mean. I wish you luck, and we'll.
What an idiot.
And we'll hurry out.
I was hoping.
Orin
Tovar would
would say, "Don't let the door hit you." Bye. And
You're just creating villains left and right.
Tressiel will say, "Now that that has come to pass, I believe
Well done, Furiel.
the issue will remain of how to fill this office. We will consider our options. We have many well-trained members of the guard who I think may we will be in contact with you." And Furiel will say, "Excuse me. I do not mean to interrupt you, Senora. Senorita. But he'll look around at all the expectant faces in the crowd. This community you have here is a wonderful thing. There is such togetherness that I have seen on display. Even those of you who have disagreements, barring, of course, the rotten apples that must be removed from the bushel. Even those among you with disagreements are able to come to accords over them. And you all together race these wonderful lands to produce such bountiful harvests. It is no exaggeration to say it is a thing of beauty, and one that is familiar to me. I myself come from a place of agriculture. If you would not mind the consideration, I would like to volunteer to take the position. Turns, my friends, it has been wonderful to travel with you for this time, but I feel I am needed at a time
You'll
like
make
this.
a wonderful constable.
I have found myself in a position of leadership in less than desirable circumstances recently, and I feel I should make up for that.
Well, I feel sorry for anyone attempting to beat Fernando in corn alcohol drinking contests.
Tressiel will turn to, we'll look over to the abbot, look over to Maxine, and your consideration is certainly worth discussion. It is not without merit. That much is certain. Is there anyone else who has anything to say? And she'll look to the guards, the guards who have attended, who seem to be a little older in years than some of the other guards you've seen around. So it seems reasonable that they are some of the more veteran guards who've been here for long enough to be included in these proceedings. He seems strong to me. Rex speaks up. I mean, I didn't see the whole battle, but I saw him put a giant down. They all did, of course, but I saw his strong arm in the fray. Very capable warrior, I would have to say. Very impressive, the lot of them, but no objections. Myself. If there are no other candidates who wish to speak up, shall we put this to a vote? Furio, last name, Norvelio. Furio Norvelio. For consideration of the office of the captain of the guard here at Golden Fields. All in favor? Aye. Rex. Aye. 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 Miros. Aye. Several. Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Shabbos is sitting there with his lamb, and it's just meh.
Which is all-
Shut up. Hey,
Don't go, Furio.
shut up.
Please don't go.
Oh,
No.
my friends, it has been wonderful, but you will be remembered in my heart always. And feel free to come back and visit whenever. He says, as the voting is occurring, Tressiel will say, "Well then, by the blessing of the abbot and the authority of Naxine, it would appear that it is my proud honor to proclaim Captain Furio Norvelio of the Goldenfield Guard." He stands proudly, bulky chest out, and just... Thank you. I will do the office proud. And I will serve you all
Little
to the greatest
fireworks
of my
going
ability.
off over his head.
Well, there are more matters to discuss, but most of them involve the reconstruction of the damage to the walls, some of the tending to damage to the crops, and ensuring that loss from the incursion has been minimized. This is largely administrative and logistical. If this is no interest to you, then we would not want to keep you any longer. But do feel free to stick around if that is of interest to you. And she will.
We have
she'll
some
start.
discussion to have,
Okay.
right?
Right.
Well, then Morgan will walk up to Furio and
Yeah, and I'll
say,
follow. Yeah.
should you ever need us, just contact us. Probably the best places to send messages would either be the Barge Ride Inn or why can't I remember the Waterdeep what's her name's place? Not Waterdeep. Shit. Oh no, I got it. Omen's mom.
The John and Courier.
Omen's mommy. The John and Courier.
Those
Because I
ones.
don't know how friendly the Barge Ride is still gonna be. Forever. So, Drawn and Courier. So I'll just say those two places. And I'll say, do not forget us, and I'll slap a book against his chest and say, for your relaxing nights, I hear page 47 is wonderful.
Oh,
I split him The Heart of
The
Magical
Heart of
Secrets
Magical
by Winky
Secrets.
Tailhole.
Oh,
I believe it's autographed.
I have heard things. Oh. Yeah, he'll give you kind of the look, the once up and down, like, didn't know you're into that sort of thing. Well then.
We've
put it in
all
his
read
pack.
And Edge is gonna do a running
Chica.
tackle and hug all of her friends that are nearby, saying, "I miss you so much."
Oh.
That is 7 pounds out of the back.
And return the hug.
Aw.
Free his arms from your clasp and return the hug as well. Yes, my friends, I am sure I will have no trouble finding.
I give him some beef jerky for my rations and make sure you eat healthy.
beef jerky to a minotaur. That's
Oh
classic.
God!
Fuck
Oh.
Of course, I'll stay well fed. I will
Maybe
have no
it's salmon
problem
jerky.
in this place. I will have no problem finding ample sustenance. I am sure.
We'll see you again before we leave.
We'll have a proper send off.
Morgan leaves the room.
Okay.
Is the tree outside?
Yeah. The abbey is right by the grove anyway.
Yeah.
So you certainly see trees, but you see one straggler from the group, as it were. Although at this time of
As
day,
I
I
walk
think
by it.
there are probably children singing from the branches as well.
I'm not gonna walk by then.
Okay. If you all leave the abbey. Shalvis will follow you, actually. Shalvis will follow and say, "Oh, hey now, everyone, thank you so kindly for everything you've done for our good group here. It's very much appreciated. Did y'all say you were you had places to be?
And we, like, now?
Well,
Not really, but like we should be
in
going
the
soon.
near enough future. I mean, do y'all
looking for a
y'all
job.
planning on hitting the road? By any chance?
Yeah.
I mean, no
Yeah.
rush. What I'm asking is if y'all are headed up north, if y'all wouldn't mind, I could use an escort to that barge ride. It might have some business up there.
Well, one more victim for one more employee for the barge ride. Perfect. Sure, we can escort you.
We have friends there.
So I heard.
Don't do them dirty.
So I heard. And you see, kind of a See something. What's he got? I say Morgan and Branded Edge. Maybe you might notice just a little hint of a smirk with the and kind of a little bit of a change in tone with the "so I heard" at the "don't do them dirty" statement.
I
So
think he's gonna get dirty.
walk with me.
Said walk with you.
You know, walk with me.
Y'all
And
break
I,
off. You break off from the group, or
Walk a little bit off, into a field. Oh, let's say, hold on. I have a thing for this. Do-do-do.
He's going to kill him.
Don't kill him.
Just walk like, I don't know, 20, 30 feet away so that I'm far
I
enough
trust
away
him.
from people. And it's like, give me a minute, guys. What are you planning with the barge ride in?
I'm planning. Oh, well, I just got some business I need to take care of up in the vicinity.
like.
Like business.
Close my
You
eyes.
know how it is.
The light around me starts to get a little bit dark.
Well, shit.
The air's a little shaky. Some ratty, black feathered wings appear from my back.
What's the range of
All
your dreadful
within 10
aspect?
feet. All within 10 feet.
10 feet. Yep.
And they will be frightened until the end turn. And I'm using this as a, obviously, as a, freaking, what do you call intimidation.
Well, first things first is
Yeah.
a wisdom save from him. What's the DC? A lot, I trust.
The DC is
Oh, it's racial. so-
charisma saving throw 16.
Oh, it's still 16.
Yeah.
As the air darkens and the feathers unfurl, and suddenly
Eyes turn straight black.
the ratty wings just. Oh fuck!
You wouldn't be
I can
planning
see-
on messing with.
I
our
can see you
friends
don't you
here.
don't want to be bothered, and he's gonna leave.
No,
you.
no, no.
He's gonna run.
Nope, you stay.
What is going on?
Make a persuasion check at disadvantage to stay near the source of his fear.
I mean, he's just not supposed to be looking towards me. He's not supposed to run. Oh, disadvantage.
I mean-
Hold on. Persuasion. It's good. $15.
Freezes in place.
What's your business?
Take his lamb and say, go, go, go. Hey.
Wait,
I'm gonna make
this is the dude we just got fired, right?
No.
No.
No!
This is
Fuck.
Shalvis.
Fuck! No,
James
wait,
Yeti
stop.
Man. This is James
Stop.
Yeti Man.
It's the little
Roll it back.
shepherd man.
This is
Fuck!
Shepherd.
No! No, I don't do this.
I thought
Fuck!
it
It's
was
done.
you.
Too late now.
What? It's scary.
Oh.
I was so confused what you were doing, but like, okay,
Same.
roll with it.
Well,
Fuck!
Wow.
I honestly thought it was the other guy because of the voice. I'm bad with names.
I make Shalvis' voice a little higher. I give him more of a Louisiana thing than the Tennessee of.
Fucked up, I fucked up, I fucked up.
This is fun.
Fuck.
I mean, obviously, you know, Morgan would know the difference between the half-orc guard
Yeah.
and Shalvis.
I can't think of a way this would like. I can't think of a way I would justify this if I honestly, fuck.
You honestly fuck.
Okay. Can I just roll it back to the part? I won't do the wing thing, but I will still try to be like, "What do you want?"
Yeah, I think that's reasonable enough.
But I will still keep that clicked
This
because
is
I'm
it's a deep
punishing
enough
myself.
mistake that, I mean,
I had such a good. It was in my head. That was so cool. And then it turned into like the biggest no moment of my life. I was like, wait, why does he have a lamb? Fuck.
it's the
I'll never do. I'll
It's
never
the-
do anything cool again.
yeah, just
I'm
brought
gonna
the lamb.
burn down
Which, by the
Legolas.
way, the lamb made the saving throw, and was not afraid.
I can.
Lamb.
Liam was
because
like,
lamb-
"Whoa, that's really neat."
I was like,
Aw.
Matt,
That lamb has
But-
seen some shit.
but fine.
I still would have, after the smirk, I would have walked away and tried to, I don't know if intimidate or
Yeah, we'll leave off
or
on.
charm.
Let's say Okay, whenever I'm playing like Fallout or Skyrim or something, and like,
Oh, I feel
and
so
I,
bad.
I'll do a quick save and I'll go on a murder spree, just go on a total rampage,
Yeah.
and then quick load. I always, my headcanon is that
Yeah.
they're just standing there, fantasizing
Yeah, I was gonna say.
about
This
that.
comes back into his head. Oh, actually, that kind of works. Comes back into his head. Like, it
Like,
shakes it off.
Hmm.
That actually does play into the darkness in the head.
So he's
that I
like,
For
can work
sure.
with.
he's like, after he says, we'll leave off on business. You know how it is.
Ooh, business.
And
Oh.
he'll
Just
see,
tell
he'll
me
see you
for
like
sure.
stare off in the middle distance, just. You alright?
I just need to make sure. I just need to make sure that your business will not hurt our friends or us.
I don't imagine there'd be any cause for any y'all good folk getting harmed now.
They could certainly use a good bartender up
Really?
there. Probably.
I thought the drinks were alright last time I went.
Short staff.
There's always short staff. Oh, well, damn.
Well, maybe not anymore. All right.
Seemed pretty staffed
I-
to me.
I insight him just to make sure that I can trust him
All right.
because of that smirk. Which is what I should have done if I'd realized who it was. Oh, wow. 22?
He's playing. He's being coy. Clearly, and you know, being obviously vague. He speaks like a person who's been there before. Regularly. He speaks in a very familiar way about this, and you know, obviously with every dodge, he sort of has that little like. Yeah, how it is.
Maybe you should talk to Tobavar as we travel. All
Oh,
right, let's try
I had
nothing.
some some discussions with your friend. He's a complicated sort. I can appreciate that about him. Just, you know, mind yourselves.
Fair.
There's certain kinds of people you trust and certain people you don't. Even the bad guys, they say. You can trust them to be bad guys. You
Fair.
know where you stand with them. Someone you don't. But just, hey. I assume this is being said while you're still sort of off to the side.
Yeah.
He's being, you know, cocktail party voice. Just, is, you know, low enough to not be overheard unless someone's actively trying. So it doesn't look like he's you know, whispering secrets, but he's just, you know, cocktail party voice. Just, hey, you keep doing good as you see it, and we all get each other. He does speak in a similar way that he's obviously less blunt than Chalaska. He speaks more like Nalasker. He speaks a little bit more like him, where he's not showing his full deck.
I'm going to see that deck. That is fair. I'm just protective of my friends as well.
Mute.
I'm sure you can understand.
Yeah, of course. We gotta watch out for those who do right by us. We gotta take care of number one as well.
Kitty. All right, let's go back to my
Hey, now,
friends.
yeah. I mean, no secrets among friends necessarily.
As we
just-
walk back, just a single feather flies on the wind somehow.
Man.
Meh.
Yeah, yeah. It's just in the lamb's mouth.
Come on.
Like a Pegasus, but a sheep.
Ooh.
Oh.
Why not a goat?
But you
Baphomet.
can never peg a sheep.
Wow.
Goodness gracious.
That's something.
I need my book. Turn on. Tablet. Otherwise I can just do... Oh, there it goes. I'll just do D&D Beyond elsewhere. Yeah, you return to the group and say, right, but yeah, if y'all are headed up to the barge, right, that'd be, I'd be much obliged if you could, oh yeah, I'm going back to the Tennessee. I'd be much obliged if you could, see fit to grant an escort. Trying to do more of the Louisiana.
I look to Bavar.
I think we could make arrangements.
Well, that'd be much
Certainly.
appreciated. At your convenience. I wouldn't want to put your wonderful folks out. I can make some arrangements to have my sweeties taken care of. Just petting the little lamb.
Ah.
Yeah. I miss you too. Yeah. Stop. I will see you folks later. I can get back to the meeting. Don't want to keep you, but yeah, let me know when you're getting ready to leave. I'll make arrangements to join you.
We should get breakfast and we should make plans.
You mean breakfast? Isn't
It's
it like
it's
Oh,
well into the
middle of
afternoon at this point.
I could go for breakfast again. I'm still hungry.
Who doesn't want
I
breakfast?
always
Fuck,
think
now I
about
want
food.
breakfast.
That's a personal problem.
I thought we were having lunch when the meeting started.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Wait.
We never had second breakfast.
Is
Thirdsies.
there going to be wine?
Ooh, we fancy today.
Still chasing that high.
Orin appears. Wine, you say?
Hi!
Hello,
Hello!
Hello. What are we doing?
we're doing wine.
So I heard.
Do you have cheese?
Ah! He pulls out a piece of crumpled wax paper and unfurls it, and there's just a little bite mark still in it. Yes, I certainly do. Puts it back.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
I have to forego the fucking surface. It's not turning on right now.
You
I'm not
have.
holding a charge.
No, I know, but like pocket cheese. He didn't even
Like
offer any
pocket
of his
sand
pocket
or
cheese.
edible.
Would you have liked him to have offered that?
This blue cheese used to be mozzarella.
No, but like I would have liked to at least offer his pocket cheese instead of just like taking a bite and then stuffing it down his pants again. This place is weird. Let's get out of here.
Ding.
Yeah.
See here.
Like that's like our stopping point. He pulls out the pocket cheese. We all stare at him. We're like, we're just gonna start walking.
Okay.
Bye.
Wait,
God,
wait,
I
wait.
need wine to get that out of my head.
But the wine!
Oh. Before you go. Okay.
Well,
This giant business almost did me right in. Very glad we're here to help us out. But with all these giants running around, it's dangerous business for more than just here. I'm worried about further north. My sister, she works at the Happy Cow, makes the fine cheese. In Daggerford. If you pass by, if you're going north, would you check up on her? Make sure she's okay. Oh, also, pulls out a piece of paper. Not limericks. I have a letter for her. It's written for. It's, you can see without reading it. It's written in what one would call drunk script. The lines as writing across, they're not quite even.
Fairness, we've all done drunk script.
Oh yeah.
That's generally my actual handwriting.
I have.
Yeah, mine too.
Same, TBH. It's like doctors and artists, I guess. Worst handwriting.
I had a doctor once tell me that my handwriting was too bad for him.
Fuck. You alright? Yes, I have a sister. I have a sister for my letter. A lister for my setter.
You get
A note.
you bought a lizard for your setter? I didn't know you had a dog.
A note?
No dogs, only dog days. A note for her. If you do go.
Okay. I turn to Morgan and I ask Morgan, "Hey, are you going to scare the pants off of this one too?"
So the light around me starts getting. I would use it on Dane.
Kane could save that.
I know what you're talking about. I gotta
Wisdom?
leave.
Oh no.
It's a wisdom save.
Oh.
Ooh.
I know what you're talking about, but I think we need to leave this place.
So go on.
I just walk away.
You just walk away from Orin.
No, I walk away from Dane.
No. Orin's still there. I mean, I imagine you guys are kind of in a gaggle.
I would
Sort of
assume
looking
we
at
could take
anyone
a note
expectantly.
if you
I'll kindly take the note. Thank you. And then
Oh, so you'll check up on her and give that to her. That would be fantastic.
What was her name
where are we
again?
going?
Lily, my sister Lily.
Lily.
Lily. Well, it's Hard Cheese now. Lily Hard Cheese. She married into the Hard Cheese family. Shame. I always liked her maiden name, Lily Ogilvy. It's so lyrical,
Really rolls off the tongue.
doesn't
better.
it?
Yeah.
Lily Hard
Yes,
Cheese.
but you know what?
Hard Cheese rhymes with a lot of things, but they're not flattering.
But I'm sure we'll find her. Thank you.
But everybody
Cool.
likes eating a hard cheese.
I'm
Really
still
hard
turning the
cheese.
note upside down. I'm turning the
You're
note
like-
upside down and sideways, trying to read
That's my
this,
sister,
but-
man.
I didn't think that one through.
Sorry.
Come on now. So,
Warren's
Brenda, did you
in.
say you're reading the note? You're just
I'm trying to read it, but I can't.
it's in common and it's legible enough. It's just sloppy. It's hastily or just drunkenly written. It's just he doesn't seem to mind that you're looking at it.
Okay.
Maybe the wine he's already had, but
Honestly, would you even know that it's a faux pas to try? Like, I feel like
Probably,
Branded
yeah,
Edge
maybe-
might not
maybe not
even
even.
realize
Just-
that people might care at all.
just yeah. I just want to keep her in touch and let her know I'm well, and it does say that it's just keeping her up to speed on how he's been doing. He's fine. He's having a wonderful time and playing for his patrons and entertaining kids and adults alike. And requests that she send him some more money.
You're not going to need money soon with
And-
that great hit you just wrote.
Ends with hugs and kisses. Your dear brother, always, forevermore, and like the the sincerely is like 6 lines long. And it's just... Oren. Yeah, like Oren is like squeezed into the bottom because he didn't leave enough room on the bottom margin. Oren.
I don't like how close to home that is to me. In my handwriting.
Make sure you let me know before you leave. I'll have a little something for you.
Sure.
You're doing me a good favor. I won't let you leave empty-handed.
Okay.
And good friends need good drinks.
Oh, yes. Where will you be and when?
You know what? Before we go, I'm gonna go try to get together a little basket. And I want to get some bread, some cheese, some jams, some like cured meats,
Wine.
just something nice.
Do they have nice lamb meat around here?
Oh, I could go for like some nice
Yeah.
little lamb lollipops.
I think you
Like thin sliced meat, you know?
Oh, yes.
Smoked meats.
Yeah, I think you can get in touch with. Let's see, what was her name again? Earthworm's Bounty. You can get in touch with Savembra Tumbleleaf or Miros. To help put you together a nice gift basket, and that's cornucopia. Chavez is probably one you want to see about the meats
Mm-hmm.
and cheeses.
Mm.
But yeah, you can go about. Take a little bit. You'll pop your head back in on the meeting. Say, flag one of them down. Because Chavez has returned to the meeting, so you'll flag him down real quick and say, "Oh yeah. What can I do for you?"
I was thinking about putting together a nice little basket before we go. You know, I'd like some dried meat, some cheeses, some bread.
Now, cheese, I got you covered. That's a right fine idea, I think. You know what? I'll let them know I'm leaving later. We'll make more arrangements. Let's get you taken care of.
Okay.
And he'll come back to his animal pens and go to the his little kind of not barn, but just sort of an enclosed shack where there are some the large I guess they'd be tin containers where cheese is fermenting, and he'll say, I got some fresh ones for you here. You like hard or soft?
Ooh. I'll have a little bit of both.
I knew I liked you. And he'll take a couple of wheels and give those to you. And yeah, you can go about the town and gather together sizable gift basket, like one of these, just assorted cheeses, meats, bread definitely. I think all the people there, knowing what you've done to help, will these are on the house. Once again, you have some finely smoked meats.
And I kind of know what everybody likes, so I'll get something that.
Stuff.
Yeah, we've been traveling together long enough. Nice little selection.
Most definitely. But as you do stop by the meeting, Naxine say, "Oh, please, come see me before you leave. We will be done here before too long. But before you end up leaving, I should be in my office at the North Furrow. I have something to discuss with you. All of you, that is.
Sure.
Not necessarily just you.
With us as a group.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Oh my.
It'd be much appreciated."
Oh my.
once I have all that together, I'll go back to the group and
I
be like,
presume
"Yeah,
at the North Furrow.
yeah.
Okay.
Like, Maxine wants to see us before we go, but you know,
All of us?
well, you know, at least a representative, if not all of us.
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3, not Dane.
I make myself look like Morgan.
I'm not Dane.
Except
Nothing.
like,
But like,
That's ridiculous.
you're ridiculous.
I'll go. Shit
Didn't
talking.
say I wasn't.
I'll come with you.
I'll go.
I'll go.
okay.
Tovar will pop along as well.
And you feel. Oh.
Aw. He's dead to us.
As you wait in the North Furrow, Miros serves you up a nice mid-afternoon plate. No, sorry, not Miros. He's still at the meeting. One of the servers will serve you up a nice mid-afternoon snack plate, fresh veggies, with maybe a nice dipping sauce for the table. Eventually,
Dipping
Miros.
sauce for the table. We're not going to eat that.
I'll stop you.
Want to?
But eventually, Miros does come in. It's just, damn, that really got boring after that whole straw business.
Why are you flexing all your muscles?
Oh, I don't know what you mean.
Can I figure out if he's trying to get somebody's attention or?
No, he was really just stretching, just like, it was boring.
Uh-huh.
But
Oh,
once
I
Dane called him out on it,
started
he was like, ha, yeah, and he leaned into it.
Yeah. Yeah. Hmm.
I was quite the
Yeah.
show back in my day.
Mhm.
I tell you, I still got it.
What's wrong with all of your arms? They're so lumpy.
He is very hairy, but you can see that he's barrel chested. He is a very burly, stocky man, with just an additional layer of insulation. Surprisingly shiny considering the environs. Being a farming town, I think it seems like well shampooed. At least maybe it's just his natural oils. Hard to tell. But you see Maxine come through and say, yes, I'll be in my office whenever handling the logistics of the discussion of the meeting. Whenever you wish, feel free to barge in on me. I will not be offended by the interruption.
We'll barge right in.
Huh.
He barges in before she gets to her office.
Nice.
She doesn't even get the door closed. She's just trying, and she just closes it on
Oh.
Dane.
Now it's fine
Dane,
then.
why are you naked
Yes.
and in her chair?
I'll say also, as you are going to
Dane, I
follow,
didn't know you wielded a staff.
Jesus.
Zhilang,
Please, it's more of a quarterstaff.
you hear a wispy voice. You hear
Aw.
Zhilang go, excuse,
You're right.
busy. Okay.
Who?
I turn around and I address Zelang because I know how quiet she is.
Yeah.
What's up? How you doing?
Well, I heard you're leaving soon, and if you wouldn't mind, if you're headed towards Waterdeep, I could use your help.
With what?
Well, I have something that if you could take to them, there's the House Thon in Waterdeep, where I have a large inheritance from my family, and if you could bring, she reaches into what appears to be a pocket
sewn into her her robes a pendant of black pearl.
I have this that could be returned to the head butler of the House Than, Calder Marskill. I think with my life here and the blessings that Shantae has given me, I feel no need to inherit the work and the trade that my parents did. It was not something that I had earned, and not something that Shantae has seen fit to bequeath upon me. So I think that you have earned it with everything you've done here. I think it would be better given to you. And if you give this to him, then he will know what it means.
I'll take it graciously. Thank you very much. It's very kind of you and generous of you. Are you certain?
Oh no, not me. It's you. Your deeds have been blessed by the goddess of harvest and love, Shantae.
She'll give a nice
Blessings be upon you too. And I do a weird hand gesture to imitate what I saw earlier.
I just kind of like in the background, but I don't say anything.
Did she
What
just
was her name again?
Li Zhang?
Shantae.
Zilang.
Shantae.
Zilang is the girl. Shantae is the
Shilang?
goddess. Shantae is
That's
the
right.
goddess that she praises to.
yes.
Thank you very much, Zilang. I'll see this to its home.
Thank
So
you.
you're
Thank you
saying-
very much. And thank you for
You're saying
everything
she
you've done here
bequeathed
again.
her fortune.
Us, yes. It's great. Love it.
You were already in
Love this
Maxine's
place.
office, so you might not know about this yet, but the time will come, I'm sure. Maxine said, "Oh well, if now is fine for you, then perfect. I will attend to." She now seems to have her portfolio seems to be overstuffed now. Clearly, she was taking copious notes during the logistical and administrative portion of the meeting. She places her portfolio to the side and says, "Sits. Please have a seat. There are 3 chairs." And she sits in hers behind the desk and temples her
Brandon
fingers.
Edge will lean against the wall. It's fine. I don't need a chair. You
Then go
squishy
sit
friends.
down.
You squishy friends look like you have sore legs. Here you go.
if there's one available, I'll sit last.
There you go. Seats are taken, and
Morgan leans against the back wall as well.
okay.
More comfort for me?
Dane put his feet up.
On the desk. On the second chair. Yes.
Just pick up on the desk. Says, "Now, this attack."
Yes, go on.
Dane.
She'll take a pencil. She'll take a pencil and just press it against her feet. "Do you mind?" She actually won't say. She won't say anything. She goes, "This attack." While talking, she'll say, "This attack that has happened to us has been
Rude.
has been shocking to our community. Certainly, I would have hoped that we would have been able to keep ourselves safe without your assistance, but you are of immeasurable value with
And
what you have
talent.
done for this community. It is with great relief, and let's be honest, it was my pleasure to relieve Strog of duty.
He was the worst.
Duty being rather generous a statement for what he did around here. though our guard has been diligent enough in their duties, having a lack of good leadership, they cannot help for the past many years. But have not been able to live up to their potential. I trust that Furio's position here will be of yet more assistance to that. Now, that is just our community. These hill giants and the movements in the woods, that is but one thing that I have heard. I have heard other communities being impacted by giants as well, things that are outside of my administrative reach, but seem to be all the more concerning now that they have come to impact us, quite literally. Not only those disgusting hill giants, but stone giants, fire, frost, cloud giants. Many more fearsome than the oafish creatures that came here. I do not believe this is a time for half measures. I believe this is a time to take action. There are stories. I have read, I have poured through tomes. I have had, despite my best efforts to keep busy, I have had ample time to pour through some of my library. And she gestures to a bookshelf with a glass case that is, for the size and space here, decently stocked. I have read of ancient conflicts between giants and dragons. Dragons, of course, having legends of their own, copious legends. Some have been known to be of assistance to people such as us, those mortals who would lie beneath them and fall under their wing, as it were, that they would be convinced to assist and protect. I believe it would be in our best interests, in the best interest of the Desserin Valley, the best interest of those beyond, and perhaps even in your best interest as well, to seek out a powerful dragon of good that would assist us in what is undoubtedly the conflict to come. I would trust that if any of you have connections with the Lord's Alliance, you certainly have my recommendation for assistance in this matter. I would recommend that if you are headed towards Waterdeep, you speak to an acquaintance of mine, a mage of some expertise by the name of Chaslauth Yoghorn. Chaslauth Yarghorn.
Jaslow?
Chaslauth is Chaz with a Z. Lauth.
Yoghorn.
Yarghorn. Yarg. Horn.
Wow, that's a name.
I have. I can provide. She doesn't look. She doesn't even look around. She while speaking to you, I can provide you. She reaches over to grab a blank slip of paper that is just the right size, and a quill pen, and in impeccable. Take Oren's note and throw it into the Bizarro dimension, and you have this. And impeccable. Calligraphic, beautiful. writing,
Ooh.
writes down directions from the east gate of Waterdeep to the residence in the North Ward, where one Chaslaw Thioghorn lives. I trust if you speak with him, the leaders of the Lord's Alliance in Waterdeep will be certain to, given the gravity of the situation, provide their assistance quite happily. It impacts all of us. It impacts not only lives and livelihoods, but indeed trade at large. And I say with little fear of exaggeration, the civilizations that we work so hard to build and maintain in this savage frontier.
A lot of pressure.
I'm aware it does sound very lofty of goals, but I have seen what you can do, and it is remarkable. You are individuals of great talent and skill. I trust that if anyone that I have met and known would be able to be of great assistance in this matter, it would be all of you. While I do feel this is a matter of great import, the decision is up to you. If you are going that way, I think you would do well to speak with him.
If nothing else, I believe we can at least speak with them, yeah.
Wonderful. Well,
if
that
trouble is brewing, as you say, I'm glad Fiorio is staying to help.
Oh, absolutely. Indeed. It would be dire for us to have a vacuum of leadership and discipline. Though, even a vacuum seems better than Strog. Vacuous though he may be. I feel that having a strong leader in these troubling times will be of great comfort and support to our entire community.
May I ask,
Oh, yes, please.
what is in Waterdeep for Strog?
That is where he received, as I have been assigned here by... One second. What's her name? Where are you at? There's NPCs. Nyet. Oh, fuck.
Hi, Helios.
Helios! What's up, baby?
Oh, dang.
North Row. Next scene.
Friends of mine.
Yes, I have been assigned here by the by the Lord Alliance, and he takes his assignments as well as a member of the Guard. Draws his authority, if he may be so kind to call it as such, from the Lord Alliance. And she says she leans back in her chair with a smirk and says, well, and they will see fit to know what to do with him, given the reports that I am sending along with his convoy, his escort.
There.
Good. You guys deserve better.
I felt so as
Much
well.
worse. I believe the lambs did more than him.
Oh, that darling little one that brought me the note. Yes, I dare say you're right. It did anything more than hindrance. But I have no more business for you. I do not wish to keep you any further, and I do have paperwork to attend to. So, she just folds her hands and just sits there, in a pregnant
I
pause.
catch the hint.
I don't.
I'm watching Shadani leave. I'm like, oh, okay, bye.
So, please, if you will, I will continue to get back to work.
Okay,
It means it's
by all
time to
means.
go, Dane.
Oh! Get up and go.
I look at her and I shake my head and just shrug.
As you all get back into the dining area of the North Furrows End, you see some people who some faces you may have seen before in the crowd, but who didn't stand out much. But you see them now dressed much more brightly, and you see additional musicians there. In addition, on top of in addition to Orin, who is tuning up his lute and saying, "Tonight is a celebration, everyone! We survived the giants!" And you see, like, what appears to be people stretching in tight-fitting, colorful, striped clothing, appear to be acrobats and actors and musicians, people with sort of a fresh face of makeup, sort of setting up in the stage area. That was, I believe, was stage right of the bar. Seem to be tuning up and getting ready to have a bit of a good night after everything that had transpired. And at this, Furio enters and says, this is going to be fun. I think this is going to be a good time. If you are staying one more night, we may drink, we may celebrate. If not, I understand. But before you go, we at least must share another round. Together before you go.
Always best to start traveling in the morning.
This is very true.
And you had me at drink.
Branded Edge is already at the bar.
All right.
Of course, my
Fantastic.
friend, we're going to have one more drink with you. Is that even a question?
All right.
And then I'll have another.
Orin appears from the table, from behind the table. Here, here! Drinks among friends! Sip.
Started with
Just after a slightly awkward pause. From his wine skin. Alright.
You count.
Back to tuning.
I just look over. No, I just like, you count.
As do you! And slaps you on the small of your back.
Don't touch me.
Noted! And as the actors begin to set up a little skit, a little comedy improv skit, it seems, from the props that they're bringing out, we will go ahead and take a break.
Oh, good.
Go ahead and have a little break time, and we'll come back. We'll go and have some refreshments of our own. Grab a drink, grab a snack, grab a fap, whatever one must do. And we will return shortly to see how the rest of the night goes. In this, the last night to decompress at Golden Fields, as the party decides where the adventure will take them in the near future. We will see you shortly.
And that's why I'm
Welcome
no
back.
longer allowed in Waterdeep.
Portents of things to come, I'm sure. Welcome back, everyone. The party has found themselves a nice table with a view of the stage at the North Row Inn, as the performers are tuning up in the early evening now to begin celebrating the survival of the minimal casualties of the giant incursion, thanks to the party's efforts, and certainly just overdue revelry in these trying times. Orin,
Would you like an egg?
signals to Miros. Hey, my friends! I think they need a round as the show's getting started. Miros gives him like the look of like, first this sort of like, more free drinks. Things like, no. Yeah, of course. Round of drinks for our benefactors. Serve the table. And the evening is certainly yours.
Morgan remembers that thing that happened in their head and just drinks one down real fast.
Like, what is becoming of me? Oh, you know what? Yeah,
I was kinda hoping.
the failure to meditate and the vision. It's troubling.
Yeah. I already put that together.
Yeah.
And it
Which
is
means what's going to happen
easily-
next time I fail.
two-fisting ale right now.
Okay.
Bandage thrown down.
Yeah.
Like I said, there's music and stuff, right? So.
Some of them are tuning up. There is a quick warm-up act of a pair of brightly make-upped performers. One with white and blue on the sides of their faces, and the other with green and black. And say, welcome everyone to the performance once again at the lovely North Row's End. I am Shuck and I am Jive, and we are here to present you with some lovely pre-meal entertainment for the night. And they will break out the props. They'll start juggling to each other. They'll go into little comedy bits, some who's on first bullshit. And eventually they'll say, now I think it's time for the audience to get into the act. Who would like to volunteer?
I push Brandon Edge forward.
Damn it, I was going to nudge Dane.
Good.
As he's doing that, I nudge Dane forward.
Whoa!
I'm taking Dane with me. I grabbed him by the lapels and he's coming with.
Oh, we have a couple of enthusiastic ones here tonight. Let's hear it. Hey, in fact, I believe these were the ones who were out last night having a great time of their own, weren't they? Oh, they look like they were having just a fantastic time. Slaying giants. Oh, a slip of the tongue.
They're hilarious.
Brandon Edge is looking at Dane. Did you?
Get on? Maybe?
Well, I believe we have our actors in place. You,
No.
lovable chap, what is your name? That's you, friend.
Oh!
A man of few words, it seems. Oh, we'll get some out of him.
No. I didn't know which direction you were pointing toward. My name is Dane. I am here for all your glorious entertainment.
Oh,
Look at me.
wonderful. Dane is here too, and Dane us. And you, my, oh goodness, my shiny friend.
She's so hard.
Hi, I'm Brandon Edge. Can I have more ale, please, over here? Yes, ale. Thank you. Great.
Oh, let's have a round of ale for the
Shots!
Majestic. Oh, we are starting the night off strong, aren't we? Well, speaking of which, bring out the hat. He says, and they both wait. And then Chuck reaches behind his back and pulls out a hat.
Where did it put the hat?
If you would reach into the hat of scenarios.
Okay.
Oh no, it's a game.
Branded Edge will go first, and then take out 4 pieces of paper, and then put the 3 back in. That was extra.
Just one will do, yes. And you, my friend. And he'll take the hat and pass it back to his back twice. And then it's a different hat.
Oh.
The cap of characters.
Okay.
Take 2, please.
Okay, I'll show my fist deep in the hole and then pull out 2 character pieces.
All right. Let's say. Roll. Branded Edge, roll a. Roll a d4 for me.
E4, understood. Got it. 1. Oh dear.
On a ship. We are on a ship at sea. Okay, let's say. Let's say 1d6
Oh, 1d6? Okay.
for Dane.
Oh, for Dane.
1 sticks.
Ooh, we have a lucky pull here. Roll another d6 for me, real quick.
4.
Okay, we have quite the lucky one here. You, sir, are a sneaky, sinister assassin sent
My name is Tobovar.
sent to slay the captain of the ship. You, my friend, you are a dragon who wishes to make the ship his nest.
Steve, right.
Where?
Now, you, Mr. Assassin, Dane the Assassin, the Sinister, or Tobovar as you say, ooh, in character already, you have just woken up under the decks from sneaking aboard as a stowaway. You are looking for the captain, but as you emerge into the light, a glittering silver dragon sits upon the decks, with the captain petting his snout. What say you?
Avast ye dragon, ye be on the poop deck.
They titter and look to Branded Edge expectantly.
I have not. On the deck.
Oh shit! Oh, Shuck and Jive look at each other. Oh, that's not that. Listen, oh, Miss, never forget it is yes, and
Oh, right. He did on the deck. And I think I'm doing okay.
I think you're doing okay. I have no idea what we're doing. I think this is a game.
Oh, okay. I was wondering why the ship had no water and there was no ship.
Oh,
And there's no captain, and you're a dragon. Do not touch that captain, foul dragon. The captain is mine. Or we can share the captain?
Shrug and jive.
Oh.
Oh.
Alright, and then the Rar, I will break him in half for us both. And
Oh, gruesome! But a problem solved nonetheless. Give it up, everyone, for our improv players.
is that ale? For the ale.
You have earned yourselves a round of the second finest of liqueurs in this fine establishment. Miros! A round for the players, please.
Hey!
I gotcha.
I think we just came up with a good scam, Brandon Edge.
Please,
All we gotta
you may
do
return
is
to your
go up on
seats,
stage.
but not before. We cheers! And they both reach behind their backs and bring out comically oversized shot glasses. Ka-chink! Take a little sips.
Are you gonna drink that or?
Obviously, I'm gonna drink that, but are you gonna drink that? Because I can drink that.
I toss it back.
Morgan drinks another full one. As some voice in her head is like, oh my god.
Have another bow, and give it up once again, and they will return to their own act.
Timothy's right. An oversized shot glass is just a glass.
Yeah. It's kind of like a
Or
bucket.
Scoop calls it a shot glass.
Yeah. Like it kind of looks like a glass bucket, right?
Oh Lord. So we sit down.
Like a. Yes, absolutely. Take your leave. Unless
Bye,
you wish to be a
bye.
part of the death-defying portion.
Oh no, but like
Ooh.
our
What kind of
our friends,
death-defying?
yeah, our friends will want to join, and then whoever wants to go, we push them forward.
I guess Shidani was grabbed up from the table.
I'm gonna grab
Oh,
the floor out of
the
the
kind of
shadows.
death-defying. This kind, and produces several throwing knives.
Oh.
Like one,
Oh my.
like Shuck in front of Jive, like kneeling down, and Jive just behind, hands over the knives, producing flame on them. This kind of death-defying. Have we a volunteer then?
Granite Edge.
I'm in. I'm in.
I
Wonderful.
drag Tobovar out of the, I see him in the shadows because he's holding a drink and I can smell it. I throw him onto the stage with Johnny.
Oh, another volunteer, another pair. Oh, that is wonderful. All the more excitement.
hello.
You see Miros going. Please, if you would take a position, take a pose, any pose you wish, as dramatic as you wish, but one you think you can hold still.
And I take mine behind you.
Right here will do. They will point you towards the just center stage, just right dead middle of the stage.
I suppose then.
How do you pose? How do you stand?
And just as though my back were to a wall, but standing in
just-
the middle of the stage.
Like kind of
With, like head down.
then like hands flat, like pressed up against
Yeah.
an imaginary wall. Okay. Johnny
Someone's
takes
blocking my face.
take one of these. Take just a straight up fighting stance. Feet planted.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, how threatening, how sinister almost. Are you sure you do not wish to inject any more drama into these poses? And they each take a different, like, JoJo pose, like, just straight up contorted. If you're sure this will do, then it will do for us. Who are we to judge our stars? And at that they break apart on either side of you. They and start throwing knives between them. Catch. Catches with flaming fingertips. Each throw, each toss. Knives zipping by. I want to say make a... For composure, I'd say either Constitution or Wisdom will do. Make a check to your liking.
18.
Nice.
Ooh, natural 20, 24.
Natural 20.
Constitution.
Particularly with that natural 20, you are both stone-faced. And you are statue still. Tovar, you're breathing. Your eyes are watching the knives, just sort of as like a just an instinct of habit to keep an eye on danger. It's your alertness, sort of like keeping you posted. Like you're tracking every knife. Head just barely moving with your eyes, just sort of anticipating their movements and like wanting to move out of the way of where you know they're going, but like, no, we're good. And you manage to keep your posture. Shidani, you are so statue still that they see this and they're like, oh, we have a winner here. We have a prime, brave, or foolish. And they throw one, and it goes like between the groove that your horns form. It's just kind of like goes right between the valley, and just passes right by. It actually throws the flame that's there, throws a little spark right off of the edge of your horn. Wonderful. These warriors of spirit. They're walking in circles around you now, getting closer and closer until it's just like a constant just like barrage of knives on either side of you. They're still spinning because they're so close. It's just as soon as the knife leaves one hand, and it's not just one on either side. It's like 4 knives between each. There's so it's this constant wave. And after a moment of this, they say, with stars, this talented, this skilled, this debonair, it would be a shame to let them leave. We must keep them here forever. And they would jump into the air and throw the knives down into a ring. All around you, into the floor. He's like, Miros is, buff that out. And they say, take a bow! A round of applause for our brave, death-defying stars! Miros! You know what to do. You know what our performers are owed, don't you? What would have been the last drink of their lives? Should we have made a mistake? Again. Shots are presented to you. This time, as I say, cheers for the round. And they take out comically small shot glasses, thimbles. Ding. But as they sip, an inordinate amount of liquid comes out.
Witches.
If you will have your seat and enjoy the rest of the show, and they will go back to more
I'm not
juggling
opposed
acts.
to killing jugglers, by the way.
Or people that make you do improv.
Good luck.
Listen, all I'm saying is, if they'd made a mistake, they wouldn't have had that final drink.
Morgan's sold on the act. Hell yeah. Morgan's fully onboarded.
Joe,
That's a good
Joe
audience
can't
member.
turn that part of his brain off. Been way too many theaters. Too much theater.
You should learn to relax.
They continue back on their own performances and leave you to your conversation and devices. Oren's Oren's at the table, just pulling the wine. Just
Oh, I love these guys. These guys are my
Of course
favorites.
he would.
and they continue with their own acrobatics and skits.
Maybe next time they'll do a herald.
I will bring a full flagon of ale to Furio. Congratulations on your promotion. Cheers to you.
Ah, thank you very much. Cheers.
We'll miss you, Furio.
It's been great.
Yes.
It has
better stay
been
in
wonderful.
touch.
You have helped me greatly. Come to find myself. I felt rather lost in my wanderings from my home in the mountains. I thought I was doing good. I thought I was doing some good with the Earth Cult. I now know. I have made mistakes. I have hurt people, even if indirectly. But I feel you have helped me make right of that.
You know, if I were a person who believed in a lot of faith, I would say you were there exactly when you were needed. Because you did do good there.
Very wise.
Look at a stunning reversal of character. You're such a good guy now.
I have always been a good guy.
Are you?
Realize what kind of group it was. I wasn't always in the best groups either. You don't always know.
He's no Steve. Oh, excuse
Oh,
me.
fuck that guy.
Esteban.
Oh,
Esteban. Let me know how he's doing.
Esteban.
We might see Esteban sooner or later.
You see him again. He seemed to be keeping himself, keeping his nose clean, as it were.
Good.
As that job at the barge, right?
I'll try not to die without you, friend.
I'm glad he made it. He looks at Dane. That was a lot.
The
It was fine.
legend of Esteban.
The Legend of Esteban.
He was,
The legend of Esteban. I hold up a drink.
Esteban!
Esteban!
Brandon Edge was in mid gulp, so she's like, "Arr!"
Esteban.
That's right, my camera is flipped, isn't it? Fuck.
We'll always have Esteban.
Always.
What do you plan to do from here?
I think we're going to Waterdeep, perhaps? And maybe Miramar?
And then probably the barge, right?
Yeah.
We have more that we need to look into as far as these cults are concerned, but hopefully these places will have more information.
We need to get to a good town. I would like to, well, we have much coin to spend, and I have some messages I'd like to try to start reaching out about.
I have people I need to see as well. We'll make time.
You certainly know where I'll be.
I'm glad you found a sense of purpose, my friend.
It is good. It is good to have.
And look at all these fields for Fernando to run around it.
Speaking of which, where did he go? He looks up on stage. Oh, he sees Shuck and Jive, like grasping each other by the wrists and leaning outward as Fernando is up on his hind legs, and he's got his hooves up in the air, and he's holding the two of them.
Oh.
Oh no, Furio. The worst has happened. The theater has him.
You may never get your friend back.
I think he's wearing makeup.
Yeah, something wrong with people wearing makeup, bruv.
You might have a career here.
But a pig shouldn't be wearing the makeup.
That's very rude.
Yeah, a snort from the stage. You're beautiful, my friend.
So many bad jokes came to my brain.
Good. Good. To us. I raise my glass and then to us and then my.
Well, cheers.
Brandon is just gonna do it. The second hand is full of ale.
To us.
Yes. To us.
To us.
A lot of shots, and especially in Brandon Edge's case, a lot of ale has been flowing. I think I'm gonna need a Constitution save from everybody.
Huh? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, from everyone.
Brandon Edge has advantage.
Oh boy.
With advantage.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
That's a
18.
13.
13.
Is it just Branded Edge has an advantage, right?
Yes.
13.
13. Okay.
This one.
No way.
One. Please one. Please one. Please
Oh
one.
no.
No, it's frickin' 13.
13.
9.
Oh,
Nice.
No.
Lots of 13s.
I had such a good con and it's bad. It's 9.
With
Gross.
advantage?
Yes!
Fuck.
I rolled like garbage.
Now, that's your saving throw?
Think so?
I mean, you are double fisting it, man.
I am.
Brandon
Yeah.
did.
Yeah, Brandy's really throwing it down. That makes sense.
9.
Okay. Dang, that liquor was good, and like it seems like what they carry here, and it seems like their golden gulp that they brew is, it's, you have the old adages of beer before liquor, never been sicker, liquor before beer, you're in the clear. It seems like they're meant to go together.
Beer and liquor go way better together.
Right. You could do like a depth charge or some shit, but yeah, it seems like they are meant to mesh. They are meant to go together. What's distilled and what is brewed. The flavors match nicely. And it does not upset your tum tum. For all the 13s, this has still been got a few shots, and it's been coming. Orin is not. He does not hold his tongue when it comes to a dry glass.
Oh no, he's kissing everyone.
He says, he's always quick to another round, as long as he includes himself in it.
No.
So you're getting warm. You're getting a little. You're feeling it. You're not sloshed, but you're feeling loose. You're feeling that nice mid of the evening, mid of the occasion, kind of drunk.
Mm.
No.
Branded Edge.
Good luck.
You're throwing this stuff down in hopes of finding that same experience of the Fey wine. It would seem it is, but it's eluding you, and you're continuing to. It's not hitting the same way. But you are. You are filling up with this liquid. Your robotic body is filling up with this liquid more quickly than it can be processed by your these basically, you can kind of call them like microcosmic ley lines, right? They're kind of like the ley lines of the weave, but they're just within your body, and so it pulls these, like, kind of pulls the magical energies away from from things that have been made and manufactured by talented hands, recipes and all these things made with love and care and flavor and all of these things of creation that's pulled out, and there's a lot. So it's actually not that you're getting drunk exactly. It's that everything is becoming kind of more. Everything's looking like more vibrant, but it's kind of like too intense, right? It's like someone turned the saturation up too high. On the slide, turn the saturation slider up too high, so it's pulling all this magical energy, and it's trying, like, these ley lines are just trying to deal with this material that that your body kind of like steams off. So the air is getting a little wavy and warm around Branded Edge. So everybody's trying to process this material quickly enough.
Squishy people. How are you so bright?
So there's sort of like there's almost like the mirage effect coming off of Branded Edge's shoulders.
Oh boy.
And the smell of Golden Gulp is
So
powerful around her.
I'm gonna try and hold myself up on the bar. I would like another.
Oh no.
Miros point one. You've really been putting them away. I hate to be rude. How does that even work with you? I mean, no offense. It's not like, you don't have the guts that I got. I know my liver yells at me if I drink too much, but how you whoa, you're warm. Very warm over here. It's almost like your little pets. And you actually look over to the hearth and you see to Shuck and Jive's little dancing. They're mimicking Shuck and Jive. They're trying to like, hold each other's arms and lean over, and
Aw.
they're trying to tumble and roll as they do, and really clumsily.
It's a skill.
As you say, it's a skill. A little bit of just like of freshly heated. Like it's still cold from the mug, but it's starting to like get some of the heat that's coming off of your body, and it's it's a skill, and bloop, just comes out of your little mouth portion. Bloop. Oh, I think we're gonna go ahead and wait a little bit. Let's wait on that. Let's see how you feel in half an hour.
Brett Edge will post herself next to the drink and
Just
stare at it until 30 minutes has passed.
Slide back. Yep, it'll be waiting for you. Do you need any water or anything? Do you need water? I don't.
I feel
Do you want
fine.
water?
Have any Fey wine?
I ain't got no Fey wine. We got
Okay.
Golden
Yeah,
Gulp.
we'll do.
We got some other local
More?
brews, but Fey wine that's a little rich and let's be honest, a little
Branded Edge
strange for
is
my blood.
adamant she's chasing it.
Yeah.
Oh no.
She's chasing that Fey dragon.
Fairy dragon? Yes,
I'm here for half an hour. I'm waiting.
Brandon just posted at the bar. Chuck and Jive finish their act, and the rest of the band starts to come up and play. After all the excitement, they sort of interlude, sort of wind down into a bit more of a chill conversational music. Oren's like, "That's my cue." He'll go up and join the band.
Oren, tell him your name is Whale.
What?
Shuck, Jive, and Whale.
Oh. Okay.
I have an idea for a new kind of music, guys.
Oh boy.
Could I interest you in some swing music? That's what I'll call it.
He will join the band and begin to play.
Shidani's gonna see if she can get a baton that can be lit on both sides, or she's gonna use a pole and rags. Whatever. She'll just
Okay.
fashion something real fast.
Okay.
She wants to do some lighted twirling
Mm-hmm.
Amazing.
to the music. Sounds like a really good idea right now.
Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah, you're feeling a little warm, feeling a little,
Because
feeling a
I'm
little
feeling
bold.
warm
So-
and loose and hey.
Miros will say, you all in fire, I swear. Now listen, you be careful. I got some
It's in
rags
my
for you.
blood.
Hold on. And he'll go and he'll
Literally is
dipping
in
it
my
in
blood.
something, dipping it in some lantern oil. And say, you got a staff or something. Here you go. He'll affix
Yeah.
those to the ends. We got water. You get to say to the servers, keep an eye. I know they're talented and all that, but keep giving them the wrong accent. I know they're talented and all that, but keep the water ready.
Okay.
Uh,
So,
I would like to say, okay, how are you performing with this? How are you going about your twirling?
I figured it'd be probably kind of like my katas, but like with an acrobatic twist. So,
Okay, so a lot of your
Probably more
body is involved
acrobatics.
in
Hmm?
so a lot of your body is involved in the gestures.
Yes.
Some maybe like cartwheels or round offs or something involved in the posing with it. So yeah, I'll take performance or acrobatics.
okay. 21.
Ha, nice. So the band starts playing something more relaxing to sort of come down off of let the audience get a breather from Shuck and Jive's high energy stuff. So with that, you start off with a very slow kata and bringing the staff around before it's lit, and you're doing a lot of sort of kind of body rolling movement and getting your knees up, turning around, placing it pointed toe down to the ground and drawing it across the floor, pulling the staff over, turning with it, and the band's playing along with this like, oh yeah, alright. Sort of a nice little belly dance rhythm. And then you shove the end into the fire, right in between Ember and Cole, just bring it out lit and start picking up the energy, and the band's like just picking up the beat and playing something like they break out the zithar, and like it's very very twangy, very high energy once again as the rhythm picks up, and you hear some gasping from the audience. Oh, wonderful! Oh my God! Look at her go! And yeah, you're highly acrobatic, twisting, turning. For a moment, the staff touches the ground flat, and the ends smoke a little on the floor. But you are in the middle of this like round off as you bring it back up, and one hand spin, catch it, and it's dynamic, it's dramatic, it's impressive.
Yeah.
Very impressive, and it is very martial. It's very impactful. It is very powerful movements. Everyone is quite impressed. Some drinks are getting sent to your table.
There's a number on this napkin.
It's a 3.
Brandon watches in envy as Shidani gets all these drinks.
Yeah.
Still waiting on mine.
Like, So if you twirl around, people send you drinks.
Okay.
The math equations is swirling.
Thank you all very much.
Huge round of applause as the musical number finishes.
As she bows, fireworks spell out Shidani.
Amazing.
Oh! I just sit back down and start sipping my ale again.
The band's music goes back to a more relaxing. Yeah, it's a more relaxing tune, which is not hard considering the high energy of that one, but still engaging music, but enough for conversation.
Mm.
Is there anything anyone else wishes to engage in for the rest of the evening?
Seeing as Bernadette just cut off at the bar, she's gonna wander up to the stage and try and be like, all right, I want drinks too. She's gonna be like, oh, you squishy friends, don't try this at home. Just gonna internally disconnect everything from her waist up, except for the spine, and do a spin. Like a torso spin with her arms straight out in a T-pose, and spin around really quickly, but at the same time she's spraying everybody with the gross undigested booze, and everybody boos.
Oh, what the... Yeah, little sputters. Little driblets coming out of her mouth as she spins at
Just sort of...
high... Oh! Oh! Band's like, the band's doing their best. They're missing a few notes. They're just,
Magnificent.
hey, what are you? Come on. All right. Get out of here.
I connect everything back up together. Like, send drinks over there. I'll be over here.
You reckon you
When
spilled
she gets
enough to
back,
probably...
there's a glass of water at her chair.
Yeah.
We can't take her anywhere.
Usually it's standing after that.
I learned it from watching you, okay?
You know what? Fair.
Yeah.
I get
We
it.
could have been better stewards, I suppose.
Could we?
You know, debatable.
Very debatable.
Do you ever think back in that cave when they were dropping rocks on our heads? It was definitely all of us and not just me. We'd
Yeah.
be here now.
Look at
Gotta
us.
look out at the
Simply
bar
not.
behind me.
Look at us. We're heroes.
I
Your
didn't think I'd get
unfailing confidence, Dane.
Unshakable.
Stay alive, damn it.
We'll see.
I didn't think I'd make it out of that cave.
There were moments when I didn't think we would either.
But hey, here's a metaphor. We're like the carpet that wraps around the corpse and that Mondo stabs. We're just very resourceful.
Who's Mondo?
Memory serves.
You know what I mean.
If memory serves, we've never wrapped carpet around a corpse.
No, we wrapped around, people, and then
Yeah, we
turned them
wrapped the
into
carpet
corpses.
around a person, and then someone made it a corpse. Yeah.
It wasn't a corpse when the initial wrapping was happening.
Nope.
It was
The
going to be a
plan-
cult eventually.
The wrapping is my favorite word now.
The wrapping.
The happening was happening.
What
Good
happens
passing.
in the wrapping stays in the wrapping.
It seems like so long ago.
I know. It's unreal.
That was
Feels like
That
almost
was
a
Easter.
year ago. Huh.
That was BC, before the caves.
The caves changed us.
Oh my god.
We went to the ground.
Yeah. And then
Nobody,
now we're good, right? We're good. We're great.
nobody cared who I was till they put on the hood.
Oh my goodness.
Well, you don't have to hide.
Kinda
I'm
do.
always gonna say that, you know.
You're good like that. I wanted to hide this morning when I really messed up on meditating. I can't even say the word right. Meditating.
You can't mess up meditating.
Put an emphasis on the wrong syllable.
So, okay, so
Meditating.
maybe you were more distracted than usual. You tried.
I believe I sent a demon face of Dane to look at some kids that were
You
annoying
did
me.
what? Is that why all those kids are scared of me?
Probably. No, that's probably not. It was unrelated.
Oh.
You forgot to put your patch on this morning, though.
No, I forgot to put my pants on this morning.
That was not a forget. You did not.
The whole
forget.
time?
Can't forget if you
all
never
the
wear
time.
pants.
I heard stories you were bravely prancing out. You did not forget.
Goodness gracious. Okay.
So our next
You know,
stop
Dane.
is Waterdeep.
Yes.
Good old Waterdeep.
For the love of God. Do they have shops in Waterdeep?
Is there wine in Waterdeep?
There's definitely wine in Waterdeep, but there might not be Fey wine.
Oh, then what's the point?
Try though. We should try. There might be.
Ooh.
It might be kind of fey.
Ooh, it's like Fey Lake wine? Fey
Fey
wine?
So like the wine, is the wine
I
is a
feel
little
you're-
bit Fey, but not really committing.
Yeah.
Still dripping from the mouth.
Gross.
I just kind of like someone endearingly grab a little tissue and wipe poor Brandy.
Thank you.
She's very warm.
neat.
Her body is very
Oh,
warm to the touch.
You need to learn
know what I
to
was gonna ask.
hold your liquor there, Brandy.
Okay. Well,
Maybe,
one of these days.
but not today.
Not today.
Today,
I kind of walk back over and whisper to Morgden, like, how did she already become a teenager?
I just look over it. I look over at Dane. I believe it has something to do with
Right,
influences.
Dane.
I am a bad influence.
Well, I'm glad you said it so that I didn't have to put it that clearly, yes.
You even wrote a song.
I will turn myself into Morgden. You can
Wow,
play
you're
this
good looking
game.
now.
Am I?
Previous Morgden or current?
Yeah, which
Morgden?
Morgden? Be
Current
bearded
Morgden.
man? Oh, Lady Morgden?
Lady, you Morgden. I don't know. Whatever you look like now.
Which one do I shoot?
Oop.
The hot one.
Didn't see him. Huh. You can play this game.
Is this point Frank? What are we talking about?
You know
Which
what?
one's the real one?
Often imitated, never duplicated.
Look at
Roll my eyes at that. The worst. Alright, well, hey,
Hey, why
I
don't
don't
you
know
go
about
back
you
to the
all.
theater?
No. You do that. I'm gonna go to
I've done my
bed.
time.
I'm being very responsible, unlike all of you. I can hold my liquor. I'm good.
Good
I'm
eye.
going to spread out.
He's leaving to throw up.
Yeah, probably.
You head up to your room.
Yes. I'm being
There's mishap
responsible.
happening there.
Oh, Jesus.
I have a
Really
question that
excited.
I've been meaning to ask.
He's lying.
Hmm. Are there
I mean,
actual
not to the
druids
DM.
in Golden Fields?
Yeah. Tressiel.
20 insight. Are you really going to your room?
You roll a 20 insight?
Yeah. 17 plus 3 is 20.
I am sure. What I do in my room is my business, though.
He's going up as Morgden.
Oh, no, I dropped that.
Okay.
I feel so filthy.
Because I mean, there are details you wouldn't necessarily know, right? If you're in your disguised self, you know, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do with that?
I'm literally the cleanest one here. I prestidigitate myself all the time.
No. You
Whoa,
press the
excuse me.
illusion of cleaning yourself.
You prestidigitate yourself more. You're like, oh, hey, excuse me. You don't need to. That's a lot of information. That's very private.
Mm-hmm.
What you do with your prestidigits in your own time, that is fine. But I mean, you can feel free to tell me about it later.
What was the druid's name again?
Tressiel.
Is Theresiel here at the party?
She's a
Yes,
Jewish
a lot of people
princess.
are. A lot of people are here. Yeah, a lot of the NPCs
I
are
know,
around,
that's
or
not
of course
true.
around. If you look, you see, Naxine does occasionally emerge, catch a bit of the act, maybe grab a glass of wine from the bar, and then she returns to her office for a spell, and then comes back out, periodically. Tressiel is among the crowd. She does come over at some point to say, once again, excuse me. She has some ale, and once again, thank you so very much for everything you've done for us. It's a shame you'll be leaving so soon, but I understand you have very important things to do. The troubles have not yet left us, and you must do what you feel is right, what must be done. I wish you safe travels. And, been a while since I've been able to say this, but, cheers. To good friends. And to many more
Could we
days
have
ahead.
Just a moment to talk a little shop.
The good friends.
Oh, I also, yeah, I
certainly.
said to good friends.
Certainly, yes. To have some drink. Yes, whatever you need. What would you like to talk about?
Oh, it was plants specifically, actually.
Yes.
Do you grow anything here with magical properties?
Well, as one who is so close to the earth and its bounty, all things can have magical properties drawn from them. Some yield it more easily than others. I certainly would say yes.
I kind of pull out my Flora of the Desert Valley book and stuff, and I
Oh,
say,
rather dry, but an
I-
informative text.
I don't know, like, the most polite way to ask this, but I've been trying to learn a little bit on how to utilize some of these things because, frankly, it feels like some of the properties, healing and otherwise, would come in handy for us.
Oh, well, indeed. Knowledge and understanding of the bounties of the Earth Mother. Greatly utilized for adventurers, for farmers alike. I understand your pursuits, certainly.
I was just always keeping my eye out for anything I might be able to pick up along the way, purchase. Would you have any pointers for me, really? Anything?
There are some general bits of advice. Certainly advice that I give the children around here. I wouldn't want to condescend if it's things you already know. Things that often the brighter the flower, the more saturated the color, that is, the more it serves as a warning. Sometimes that is not the case. Sometimes things are very unassuming, but that makes it more difficult. That's general advice that will typically keep the children safe, and obviously don't put anything in your mouth if you don't know what it is.
Don't you
Yeah.
put it in your mouth.
Don't you put it in your mouth.
Yeah, I'm not gonna watch
That's
that.
the one you love.
Is that someone you love?
I'm sorry I asked. That is
Unless
fair.
it's a carrot or a beet.
Like a muffin or a meat.
My mind is in a million places.
There are some. Let me see. She'll thumb through the book real quick. In their raw form, some of these plants are much more dangerous than others. It should be covered in the book, but let's say hook nettles are rather dangerous in raw form. That might be something that can be further distilled if one has the aptitude for it. Let's see. There is a.
Make a note on that.
There is. There's Mora's Tears. It's actually somewhat difficult to find if you don't know the trick. It's not covered here because it's more of a practical way. It looks very much like a pale geranium. To find out if it's Mora's Tears or not, you will take the petals, you pinch them together while it's still attached. You pinch the petal together, and if it is Mora's Tears, it will indeed drip red. With a gloved hand. You do not want that liquid
Oh, that's
on your
important.
fingers.
Ooh, is it poison or numbing or?
It will make you quite ill. It sometimes reacts different depending on your physiology, but it can sting the skin. It can burn. If absorbed, it can cause paralysis of the fingers of the digits. This is in its undistilled form. This is as a plant. If ingested, anaphylactic shock is not unheard of. It may paralyze the respiratory system, slowing it, causing difficulty breathing. Be very careful with these things.
Very good tip.
In fact,
Totally get involved.
the wisdom of animals is sometimes help. There's a matter of instinct, some sort of unknown. Those who study the arcane rely very much on their intellect, to a fault sometimes, and it gets them into dire situations. And she'll she'll look up towards where Dane left, and you may have seen. It's sort of like a tapping gesture to her left eye. You may have seen such curiosities be rewarded. Dane, you sneeze. You're upstairs. You just have a little sneeze.
Well, to be
Still
fair,
talking about you.
I've had that kind of reward on my own without any. But yes, that is very good to know.
The wisdom of animals can help you. They will instinctually, those animals who do sustain themselves on plants, who are grazing animals, who may eat the petals of flowers, they will not go towards such things as Mora's Tears. If you are in a circumstance where you are looking for materials of this nature, look for what the animals don't eat. Look for what they steer clear of, if you're looking for something harmful. Or try not to harm yourself.
What if I'm looking for the opposite? What if I'm looking for healing? Are there any anything helping towards that?
There
locally?
are many
Yeah.
things that have been very commonly used in balms and salves, aloes, and plants. Often, again, plants that have seeping excretions. Often the ones that are most harmful are the thinnest. That is not always the case, of course. There cannot be hard and fast rules when it comes to nature. But in a general sense, the plants that you find that will, much like an aloe, that will bleed white, will be typically helpful in a salve. Often those with spiked leaves that bleed white. You may be familiar with the aloe vera. It's a fairly common one.
Oh, yes.
Um,
Yeah, we had plenty of that at home.
Yes. Do be aware that there are some of those plants that are highly toxic that will, through some cruel twist of nature, disguise themselves as these. Pay attention to the differences. You may find them outlined in these resources here. But, to the more sinisterly inclined, it's because of those disguises that you may be able to use those to your advantage. If there is someone you wish to see harm done to. The long
Never hurts to be
pause.
prepared.
I want to say your passive insight is 13.
Mm-hmm.
She might not always be as morally upstanding as people assume her to be.
Yeah, she knows a lot about poison. I really had to coax the healing out of her.
It seemed like you were going that way. But healing, deriving natural remedies, you may find they will make themselves available quite easily. Many commonly known. It is so beneficial and so crucial to the survival in small communities that there are many well-known recipes that are passed down and they work quite well. If you are wishing for something more magical, more robust in nature, there's a good deal more difficulty in that.
Yeah.
As nature provides its bounty freely for those who know how to take it. But if you are trying to manufacture, it is more difficult.
Yes. Well, that I do know. That is sort of my family's work, is combining nature and magic.
You said you are from Wilton, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Again, my condolences
Thank you.
for that. What is your family name?
Wished.
I may have met someone of your family before. Your mother, I presume.
That would be the one I know.
She was very kind. She seemed very patient. And
She would have to be very patient.
I imagine you are quite a handful. You've gotten yourself into quite a lot of, shall we say, mischief.
Oh, mischief is a good word for it.
How is she?
I wish I knew.
Oh,
In the chaos.
apologies.
All I know is she got out.
That is good. That is good at
I
least.
do not know where. This is kind of why I started traveling. I need to find her. I need to find all of them.
All of them.
Anyone who'd made it out. There weren't many, but
I will. As you know, I was indisposed for quite some time, but now that I am here again, comforting land. I will keep my senses alert. If I hear anything, I will do my best to try and contact you. I trust you will not be difficult to find.
No, I've left. I'll just tell her what I told Furio. I'll be like, I've left Furio instructions on how to get a hold of us, and I will give you the same. And thank you.
Of course. Hope my advice has been helpful as well.
I'm sure it will be.
Now, oh, I love this song. It's so pulsing, like a river. Makes me want to dance. Can you join me?
Sure.
I'm looking at you as well, sir. And she points to Furio. He's like, oh, well, of course. Absolutely.
Oh, it's like that.
And she'll freely start going into these very, very fluid movements. If you're gonna dance, let's have a performance check. Just charisma based.
Yeah.
So, looked out there.
That's an 11.
Nice.
I'm a little drunk.
A little drunk.
Kinda warm.
And you're observing her, and she is very lithe. She does look like sort of a tree bending in the wind at times, and her hair.
I got this new
flows
body. I'm
around.
not sure how it bends exactly.
Yeah, like you're sort of trying to imitate her movements. It's a little more stilted, as you also kind of pause and be like, oh, was that right? Oh, was that? Oh, okay. It still ends up coming across nicely. Once you see a nice movement, you grasp a hold of it, you're like, oh yes, one of these. And do a couple of flourishes. It looks nice. Furio.
Uh-oh.
Is it 19 or 20? My fucking tablet over there is
Furio's
letting me
out
down.
there
So
doing-
he's getting it. He's not doing any of that.
He's a sprinkler, isn't he?
Takes his hands on his horns and just slides down the horn and just and goes into sort of a much more heavier stance and kind of a drop and engages his hips, kicks his hips out, and just it's very flamenco.
Oh, he's very Minotaur right now.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. His hooves sort of like on the floor as he goes into these 3 steps. Forward, back, forward. And catches eyes with Tresiel. Mi amiga. Mi amigas. We dance. Bailamos. And a good night of dancing is
And
had.
we dance.
And we dance.
You
Dance
can
magic
if you want
dance.
to. You can leave your friends behind.
Everybody look at your pants.
Not wearing any.
Nope.
Yeah. You're not. Yeah. No pants from Orkton. All robe.
All robe. With that, is there anything else anyone wants to do before the end of the night?
I do.
What's that?
Alone in my room.
Yeah, you're alone in your room. You didn't see anything happening.
Nope,
Yep.
I saw nothing.
And neither do the rest of you.
I'm gonna call on my person.
No.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
So you strip naked.
This is the world's
You
worst drunk dial.
close the door, strip naked, and and
Yep.
turn inward. It's becoming slightly easier with time. You don't have to think too hard. Eyes open with the pink. There's a. You have a question?
Yeah.
You sense a yearning. Eagerness.
Numero uno. Will our plan to poison the giant chief work?
Hmm. So first off, intelligence saving throw.
Oh, intelligence?
Yes.
No.
Would you rather be wisdom?
Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah. Intelligence is what you want.
Okay. 11?
We seem to beat a 5. First one's cake. First one's, I don't want to say free. The first one's easy. The answer you get. You you sense an uncertainty. That is okay. You get the feeling. You get the feeling of. I don't want. It's not going to work like scrying. You know, what you get. What you get is the understanding of a good plan. Hinged on a flimsy element. You get you get uncertainty. You get that you're actually pushing up my timeline here. Hold on. I'm gonna push my timeline. Let's see. You get doubt. You get the feeling of doubt. You have the impression of a child who has gotten separated from their parents in the market and don't know where they're going.
Okay. Huh. Well, that's not much help. Okay. Question number 2. Will we find trouble in Waterdeep?
Intelligence saving throw, please.
12.
If I were to assign a voice to this, it'd be very Magic 8 Ball. You feel laying into your mind. You feel this gnosis of dark alleys, watching eyes, of looming shadows. You feel likely.
Uh-oh. Don't like that. Okay. Okay, let's ask one last question.
Okay.
$21.
Okay. Is that it?
Oh, I need to ask a question.
Yes.
Should I recover my eye that is magically gone?
Should you? You feel you get this imagery, you get this feeling of trying to read a book with half of its pages missing.
Uh-huh.
I feel like that interpretation is more or less up to you.
Okay.
I guess I would say for this creature that thirsts for knowledge, that feeling is anathema.
Meaning...
It hates it.
Oh no! Okay, well, sorry. Okay, well, thank you, Cosmic Crimson.
Bye.
Talk to you later. I miss you.
Okay. Cosmic
We
Kiss.
love you, Cece.
Say what?
I said we love you, Cece.
TC.
CC.
Okay. You conclude your questions, and the imagery echoes in your mind, and you release your vision. You unfocus your vision on this internal space, and as it fades, like a magic eye that you look away from, it fades out of you. You blink open your eyes, and you see just the tail end of this pink swirling mist just dissipate. You see your sheets are disheveled because you got into level 3, so it started to whip a bit. Your sheets are disheveled, like any like journals or papers that were loose on shelves or desk have been tossed. A candle's knocked over. It's not lit.
Oh, what a mess. Well, that was a little unhelpful.
That's up to you. That's up to your interpretation.
So I shouldn't sell my eye to the highest bidder then. Okay. Okay.
These are the feelings, if one may call them that. These are the feelings of the Cosmic Crimson.
Do not sell the eye. Got it.
This may be so these questions are regarding the future.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the trickiest questions to ask.
Oh,
Because even something of great knowledge, not necessarily past and present realities and everything, like, doesn't necessarily. There are many paths. There are many potentialities, but there are likelihoods. There are things that to all knowledge, and to all available knowledge to the Cosmic Crimson, they'll say,
well, shoot.
Given your course, here's what is likely.
Oh, gotcha. So I should ask questions about the past.
Or present.
Interesting.
I mean, I'm not. Ask whatever questions you want. It's just the answers that you're going to receive. You won't be. It's very unlikely you'll be given certainties about future events.
Uh-huh. Huh. Okay, well, I'm gonna go to bed.
Like if you asked who
Bye.
farted in the hot tub,
Oh.
you're gonna have a clear answer to that. It was you. You know. You already know. You already knew that.
Who shat in the hot tub?
Yeah. If you were to ask, yeah,
It was you-
present
Who
questions.
shit in the hot tub? It was you, Dane. You know that.
Jeez, Dane.
I thought it was a toilet. Hey.
Shit. Okay. There's a difference between shitting in and shitting into.
Oh, hot poo soup.
You just went down to the pool to drop a deuce and then went
Bloop.
back upstairs.
Walks away. Reminds me of fucking
Never
guy.
mind that somebody was already in the pool.
Like, what do you, dude?
Oops.
I mean, what the hell are you doing? I mean, what the fuck are you
Whenever
doing?
he turns around and says, "You'll never believe me," or "You'll never believe
Never.
Never believe what happened.
Okay,
Oh, Lord.
with that, I presume the rest of you are
We gotta go.
going to bed
you." Yeah.
after a night of dance,
Mm-hmm.
music, show, and much drink. You
Actually-
are still seemingly able to get to bed at a much more reasonable time than the previous night.
Pretty bad. I would probably go bathe. There's got to be someplace that's not a
There's
pooped
a-
in pool.
Yeah. There is a washroom. They have a basin.
Yeah. Basing it up.
It's sort of it's a group
It's all about that base.
Yeah, but I'll wait until everyone else is asleep.
Yeah, there's a group
Not there.
group washroom. You might need to fetch fresh water if you're gonna use it, but because there's still water there, but it's been a busy
I
night.
don't want that fresh stuff.
Out of respect for Shadani's nose holes, I will sleep in the closet because I probably smell like booze.
For a while, yeah. God help whoever opens that
Booze and
closet.
booze.
But yeah, your body has processed most of what has been, and the colors are starting to desaturate a little around the around the center of focus. The edges are still a little hot, but with as much as you've consumed, it's being processed through your little pseudo ley lines. But yeah, there's still some steam rising. I have to imagine that closet's gonna smell for a little bit. it's being not steam cleaned. It's steam soiled.
Saturated.
Yeah.
Saturated.
So you park yourself in your
And
little
that's how we got kicked out of Golden Fields.
your little rank closet, and
It was bound to happen somehow.
Oh,
Really.
yeah. Brilliant.
Shadani.
That we've made it this long is amazing.
Shadani.
Mm-hmm.
As you are drifting off to sleep in your warm, moderately drunken blur. It's the sort of drunken where, like, I mean, I don't know about y'all, but even if I get like kind of moderately drunk, I don't really remember going to bed.
Mm-hmm.
I remember, the events leading up to right before, like, I actually hit the pillow. I don't remember, typically, you remember lying down and trying to go to sleep, but a little drunk, you're out. You go to bed in this sort of warm state, and suddenly feel a little bit more focused. What the hell is that? As you think, there's a bat floating around your room.
She's Batman.
Trying to focus, but even with your dark vision, it's like it's going in and out of the darker spots, and it's like, is it there?
Is there a light?
You have your, I think here, in the inn, yeah, you would have an oil lamp. You would still need to click it on.
Yeah, I would grope for the oil lamp and turn it on.
To get a little. There's like a little flint and tinder, or it's like it's kind of a handy little device. It's just like it's kind of like a rubber band that has a stone in it against a piece of
Okay.
piece of flint, and it's just like you just like pull the band apart and let it go, and it'll ting, throw a little spark. So it clicks the oil lamp on, turn it on. It's brighter, and oh, it doesn't seem to be there. Seems to be, well, I guess not at first. Make a perception check.
Ten.
10. Hold up to the corners. Doesn't seem there's a bat in here.
Okay.
With a 10, I'd say you notice the window's open about this much, just enough to let a little of the brandy funk out.
So I'm gonna kind of
Just crack.
walk up.
'Cause it's a little-
and
it's a
just
little
kind of
cool
like
outside.
peer in between that little.
Look out. I'd say that'd be a separate perception check.
Ten.
Looking out into the darkness, there had been a sliver of moon the previous night. Does not seem to be one tonight. Very dark outside, but through your dark vision, which is about 60 feet, you look out into the shades of gray that you see in the dark. Nothing catches your attention. At the edge of your dark vision, you see you're on the second floor, third floor. Everyone's on the third floor.
Sure.
I think it
floor?
was third floor.
Third floor, yeah.
Yeah.
You see, at the edge of your vision, even with you, so not on the ground, but even 60 feet away, you see a slim silhouette. Darkness. Struggle to focus on it. Featureless. Blink. It's not there anymore. It's just the rounded, the field of view of your dark vision fading back into darkness. That darkness at the edge seems to have seemed to have extended into your shades of gray for a moment in the form of a narrow silhouette that just tapers down to a point and then flares out at the bottom. And it is gone as soon as it was perceived.
Okay. I'm gonna push open the window. What is directly below me?
There are the rain barrels and such are by the front entrance. But below you, you're by the Grove. I think you're not you're by the Grove. No, you're by the residences. That's the Abbey. The residences are some feet away. Right below you, tamped dirt.
Okay. I have slow fall, so I'm just gonna like slide out
Easy enough.
and drop down into the dirt.
It's 2 stories. Easy peasy. 2 stories from your window. You're on the 3rd story, so yeah.
Is that loud enough?
It's
Is
easy
it loud
peasy.
enough for Branded Edge to be woken up and know what's going on?
Make a perception check.
Yeah.
Perception.
What's your yeah? Make a perception check.
This one. That is a 15.
Are you being quiet about it?
I mean, I know she's in there, but You know what? No. I wasn't thinking she was going to be stealthy at all because I think she's so like focused on seeing this thing.
So,
that
yeah.
she's not even thinking about Brandy. So
You slide open the
no,
window.
she's not
Thunk.
even trying to be stealthy.
Yeah. Yeah, Brandy, you hear the window open. You hear what sounds like a step. And then
Okay.
quiet.
I'm gonna because I don't need to sleep, and I was just trying to wish away my bright vision. I opened the door, opened the closet door, like, Shadani, are you okay? And I noticed that she's not there. And then I'll wait until Shadani makes her next move, and then do next.
Yeah, you easily from that distance. Your slow fall. It's what reduce your damage by
35.
35. You land.
Yeah. And I'm just gonna step up to the last place I saw that figure.
Because technically, the last place you saw the figure, you would walk about 60ish feet up and then look up. But
Yeah.
nothing above you. I don't need necessarily a perception check. I say you look around and you see the residences. You see the longhouses. You look across your window to one of the longhouses. You see. You do see the sculpture on the top of the like the what you would call this, the support beam at the peak of the longhouse, the triangular roof. You see an eagle carving with its wings spread, and it's looking like it's maybe preparing for a dive. Could that be it? Maybe that? Maybe one of the sculptures? You don't see anything resembling the silhouette that you saw necessarily. But you find yourself sort of among the longhouses now.
Alright, I'm gonna see if I can get back in the inn. If not, I'll see if I can climb up the side.
Okay. You go back to North Frozen. You go into the front door?
Yeah, see if it's open.
Yeah, you go and try to open the door, and it opens. Miros is there. Oh! I was just about to start closing up for the night. Didn't you go to bed? How did...
Oh, I needed to slip out for some fresh air.
Sure. Anyway, good night. And you'll go back to polishing off and close the door and kind of draw the little window the door has, draw the blinds closed. Go back to business.
Just head back up into my room and surprise the hell out of Brandy.
Yeah, Brandy, you're looking out the window.
Hello?
Your room door opens.
Are you okay? I almost
Oh, jeez. No, I'm fine. It's just me.
Help me back in!
I just thought I saw something, that's all. I'm gonna go look back out one more time, and as I close the window.
Oh, Brandy, pull back in. And
Kind of half-footed. Are you okay?
Oh, I'm fine.
Okay.
Just had to check something out.
I'm gonna go back in the closet now.
And I kind of like right her where she's like kind of like leaning heavily to one side. It's okay, just go back in the closet.
Okay. Good night.
Alright.
Alright.
And try to get some sleep. I must have been imagining things.
you shake it off. Trying to make sense of it. Makes you more tired, and you just, with that still a little booze-addled brain, trying to make sense of it. You're like, I don't know. That was. And you're out. The rest of the night passes without incident. You are afforded a long rest, which, really, click long rest to stop being drunk, and hopefully you're hydrated.
Yay! Can I have this in real life, please?
Yeah, right. The hangover We'll see. It depends on your, responsibility and hydration. But
Okay.
I also gained back that thing I docked myself because I screwed up.
oh, nice. Hangovers don't affect you too much, Brandy. Your physiology is very different. But your colors have returned to normal. Unfortunately, the dreams did not find you.
Aww.
Oh.
Aww. Okay. I'm gonna go check on the Magman. Oh, banging babies.
So it's earlier than you woke up last time. So you go downstairs to check on the Magmans, and the grate is back up. They're just sort of puttering around inside the hearth, just kind of trying to reignite what few embers there are still in there. Look like they're kind of getting impatient, but they haven't gone into full-on panic prisoner mode.
Are there the giant corpses left to be bonfired yet? Because I think that would really help tucker them out for our journey.
That'd be something you would probably think to inquire amongst the guards about, as they, the previous night, the 2 nights ago, had done their best to drag the huge corpse away, as well as all the goblins and ogres and bugbears.
Bugbears. Oh my.
Oh my, thank you.
So, I make a note to myself, before we leave, we have to get, even though the Magman's babies are nice and calm right now, before we get moving, we should probably let them have fun in the corpse pile and make a nice bonfire, and then they'll get tuckered out for a journey.
Roasted giant meat.
Yeah.
Speaking of, as you all are coming to wake up and start your morning, why don't we go ahead and take a real quick break?
Yeah.
So got a little bit of time left in our session. Got about an hour and a half in our session. I think we can. You something said?
That's it.
Oh, okay. All right. Thought that was a wait. I would like to do a thing, but things will be done when we return from this break. So let us go refresh ourselves. I'll grab some more tea. That is an E, but it is backwards on your screen.
Energy.
And then we will continue with the plans for the day, whatever those may in fact be. We will see you shortly.
No hangovers.
Hell yeah.
I don't understand. What do you want? You're just a machine. You're just a machine.
No! I need to go eat.
I mean, we got time.
No, fuck the audience. Kill him.
Hey, welcome back.
Oh, hi, everyone.
Oh my god.
You're in good company. I've threatened death on many people tonight.
Yes.
It's true. He's a maniac.
Some of these return gags are more natural than others.
He always wants to kill me.
He is a maniac. He was dancing like he's never danced before.
That is
true.
true. Yeah.
So, as you are coming down, Miros, of course,
They.
is making a nice country breakfast. It's available for purchase for most folks, but I mean, if you guys stay much longer, he's gonna get nickeled and dimed to death on all the
True.
free meals.
Well,
One more
I'm
free
sorry.
grab.
All right, let me just go talk to the giants. Maybe they'll give us a free breakfast.
Oh, fucking veiled threat much? Jesus.
I mean,
You know what? No, he didn't. I don't
They
think
might.
that.
it's not like Miro said anything. That's me talking. So like he's giving you another breakfast on the house, but you know,
Don't
poor
worry,
guy.
friend. We're leaving today.
Yeah, we're out.
Um,
Thank you very much for everything, though.
Oh, hey, thank you. It's been. He looks at the scorch marks all over the North Furrow. It's been real.
It's been real. It's been good, but it hasn't been real good.
Remember to tell people we were quirky.
I'll add it to the list.
Like add on the last.
Please
little
don't
bit-
mention the Magmans.
This last little bit of
No
hospitality.
promises.
Any of those barrels of ale we could take with us?
Oh my god.
You are a barrel of ale now.
Are you looking for a cask
We're
of
going to
cask of Golden Gulp?
Huh?
You really got hooked on that stuff, huh? They'll go for about 15 gold.
15. I gotta pay for it.
It's kind of
That's a
I
lot.
mean, besides all the bread and butter, it's kind of our bread and butter.
That's a lot. That's a lot to drink.
What?
It's a lot.
No, not the money. The drink. That's a lot of drink.
Fucking keg.
Yeah. Here's the keg. You can do it.
It is a lot.
Is that a challenge?
Not everyone drinks a whole one of those and then spins it out on everyone.
Sharing.
She's our party sprinkler.
Foam
Everybody
party.
needs one.
You hear a voice. You hear a voice from just above you. Oh, you're looking for a cask. You see Orin, reclining. Not reclining. He's prone. He's like
What have we
leaning.
done?
There's a hefty iron chandelier that he's just kind of
Hanging from?
just lying on it. Just lying between the support slats. Just
The chandelier.
I don't even want to know.
oh, cask of ale. Hey, that's just what I was thinking. Hey, I already got one for you.
You?
It's for helping me out.
Excellent.
I trust you'll enjoy on the road. Remember where you're going, right? I did tell you, right? Did I forget? Anyway, you're gonna see my sister
Yes,
Lily.
we talked. We talked.
Okay, good.
Yes, we're taking.
Sometimes I lose details, but you know that's where the devil is, so that's okay.
As I take the cask from him, where was the note going from again?
Waterdeep.
What town? Waterdeep? Was it Waterdeep?
Waterdeep, yes.
Okay.
He's going to go to Waterdeep.
His
Going
sister,
north.
uptown. Alright, I think. Wait.
Do the happy
Yes,
path.
this is
Bardright. Wait. Wasn't the letter going to Bardright?
He hears you.
No, it's
Ah.
going to his sisters in Waterdeep.
Lily Harty's love. Tell me again where exactly? Just the address?
She's at the Happy Cow Tavern in Daggerford.
Daggerford.
Thank you.
Yeah, no sweat it. I lose a lot of details.
Yeah.
Me too.
Daggerford.
My tea's a little too full.
Do you need help getting down from there?
Hold on, I got it. Just getting comfy. Hold on, I got it. I sleep up here a lot.
And he just whoop, slips through the bars. And grabs by one hand. And lands on the table. Boom.
Ta-da!
I clap one hand on the side of the keg and the other hand holding the keg. Thump, 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 thump.
Thank you.
Alright, now we
Miss
gotta-
you.
You guys be safe on the
Suddenly
road.
patience,
Remember
the patience of the people in this town makes sense.
to stay careful out there. Shit's pretty wild.
Well, and remember
is.
that, you know, we can't take out every giant in the area. You need to be vigilant. Keep watches. Be
Always.
safe. Yeah.
If you want to impress Furio, do everything you can to defeat his steed in a drinking contest.
You see his eyes light up. You swear his eyes have become half of his body.
You got it.
Fernando
That's
has
the
gained
spirit.
Fernando has gained a new nemesis this day.
A new best friend.
Friend assist. Nema friend.
A little bit from column A, a little bit from number B.
I'm gonna quickly go and see at the Smiths area, the Smiths shop, if they carry any pumice stone or
Like a
any
whetstone?
kind of stone that is resistant to heat. Where? Sorry?
Like a whetstone? Oh, okay.
Yes.
Heat resistant.
The heat-resistant stone.
Oh. Like a pacifier?
Kind of. I was hoping to kind of make something for the magmen so I could carry them around
Oh.
without them hurting me. Kind of a stone, I don't know, backpack, I guess.
Yeah, you can go to where I guess it would be by the pens and stables, where there'd be you'd see a smart you'd see kind of a modestly appointed little forge area, but there would be a smelting like kiln. You inquire with the blacksmith about that. He'd say, "Oh, well, we make the oven out of it, make the forge out of it. I think we should have a couple blocks lying around. I don't know if they're blocks. They're kind of rough cut blocks.
Yeah, if any spare you just have lying around, please, I'd love to work with them.
I mean, I suppose we're not hard up for them. Grab an armful if you want.
Right. Take it
Doesn't
up
come
and
up
see
too
if I
often that we need to do any major repairs. As long as we don't have any more giants attacking. We won't have any more giants attacking, right?
I laugh and I pat him on the shoulder. Let's hope not. Okay.
Well, you take care.
She puts three of them back.
You
and
have-
with my stone
Yeah,
cutter
you
tools, I
have
kind
a
of want to
couple.
build something. Sorry, go ahead.
So it'll take you some time.
Oh shit! How much time do I have before we leave?
You're not proficient with stonecutter tools, right?
I am not.
This will take you some
Right
time.
now. Take me
Take
some
you
time.
some time.
Okay. So.
This will not be
work
done
on
today.
it.
I
Oh,
can,
we're
During the
I
can
trip, off
guarantee
and
you that.
on.
Yeah, that's true. I'll take it with me.
Okay, add fucking blocks of stone. Add 20 pounds of stone
Oops.
to your inventory.
You're so strong.
I'm strong.
Rolling around with rocks in your bag now.
Like, yeah,
Or,
the quantity to do anything meaningful with would be about 20 pounds.
I'm going to on the way fashion up some plans. I can make a lovely little stroller out of the stone for the bag.
Are you gonna keep them in there?
Smithing?
That's what the handling's for. You tell them to stay in there, and they will.
You have acquired stone. Anything else?
I found what I needed. Oh, we were going to let them burn the corpses of the giants before they go. Kill them out.
You inquired with some of the guards about the whereabouts of all the corpses that took it's considerable effort by several teams of guards to get all the goblins and the ones they found, at least. There might still be some goblins that a farmer's gonna happen across. Farmers,
The bodies were scattered, yes.
some turned to mist. Some of them are gonna give the
That's
wheat a
pre-fertilizer.
unique body, yeah, unique robustness. A lot of iron and nitrogen in that soil. They inform you that we dragged those outside the gates. We figured it appropriate, maybe as a warning. We propped them up against the southeast wall where they climbed in the first time. We put them out in the fields. If scavengers haven't gotten to them, I mean, it's only been a day. They'll still be there.
Well, skeletons will probably be as good as a scarecrow as actual corpses, rotting and stinking up your walls. So
I like your style.
Let's help you out with that.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's where they are.
All right.
Shavis will catch up to you. Oh, hey! Hey, there you guys are. Now, I guess we're headed out now, huh?
All right, so the Urgot
Went ahead and made my rounds and got the animals all squared away. Except this little guy right here. Meh.
I, the brave little lamb.
I'm ready to leave whenever you are.
We're all ready.
Oh, wonderful.
Apparently, there's some burning that needs to happen first.
You hear.
Yes.
Oh, hey, big fella.
Oh, bother. Oh, okay.
Hello, friends.
Are the Magmen still with us?
You got him.
Uh-oh.
Does Dane have them with him? 'Cause I can't carry them because I can't resist fire, but Dane can because he can resist
I
fire.
can.
I mean-
Hello, friends.
I can also carry him.
Yeah.
Yeah. One each. Mama, and Papa.
Oh.
I didn't get the chance to thank you. You're all so busy. You helped us a lot. I think maybe I know someone who could help you.
Really?
Huh.
The one who made me. My creator used to live here. Long time ago. Well, long for you, it was that he left. He left here 30, 50, 20. What is long for you?
This conversation.
Oh, Jesus.
Wow.
Damn.
70, 80 years?
Yes, I think it was 30 years. To go to Shadowtop Cathedral.
Shadow or shatter?
Shadow.
Mhm.
Locations. Get a proper location on this. Oh, cool. This is in the High Forest.
They grow in the high forest.
He made plans to seek out an old treant named shit, named Lurtang. Joe, since you had access to his stat sheet.
Oh fuck! I have to go find that.
Well, you know something. You know something about him.
Yeah, he's
About-
afraid of fire.
No, well, yes. Oh, one of his habits.
Loves children.
One of his habits.
He cannot remember names. It's actually, that was my favorite thing about him. I didn't have to listen to names.
Yeah, he often gets named wrong.
Lurtang or something.
My creator was a moon elf druid, much like Teresa. His name was Airglass. He was, well, is, I presume, still a member of the Emerald Enclave. But also was an adventurer, much like you, who had slain many giants in his own heyday. I would recommend you follow his pilgrimage along the Desserin River to Shadowtop Cathedral. Maybe you will find this treant and find Airglass.
Should we tell him you said hi?
That would be wonderful.
Do you always have those things hanging around in your branches up there?
What things? The children?
The little people.
The fruit? Both, yes.
No, the little people. That's gross.
Wow.
Ow.
The children are the fruit borne by people. They are sweet and precious.
You eat them?
He eats kids.
I don't.
You eat the children?
I
He's a monster.
do not eat children. No.
You said you did.
I wouldn't judge you.
But they are precious.
They have to get hunting. Sure.
and yield
You and I are
potential
very
for the
different people.
future.
You and I are very different people, Liquorless.
I am a tree. You are not a tree. These are indeed very different.
I salute him in a small. I salute him, and up here stays a small crown of fire around my head. Galuzier.
Ugh. Oh,
And then it fades away.
that is terrible.
What are you talking about? Ah, what are you? Oh no, I think this is actually the return of Bert Ferguson.
Oh shit.
Recognizing the tree.
He made a good intelligence saving throw. I do not smell it. That was a trick. You are very mischievous.
You're very smart for a tree.
I hear that a lot. Because
Seriously,
I
wow.
can actually hear. Unlike most trees.
That is fair. Seriously though, can you keep an eye on our friend who's staying behind?
The strong-looking one.
We
Absolutely.
could always use friends.
That is one of my tasks I cherish here, to keep everyone safe.
He works well with good friends.
That is good. It is good to have good friends. You have been that to us. Again, we thank you. Mittens. Mixie. Sorry. Could you hand down a fruit for the friends?
I don't want any children.
Yeah, no. Here. And we'll toss a fruit into the group. Toss a,
I'll touch it.
what does he grow?
Yeah, Morgan dodges it. I don't want anything touched by one of those
What he
things.
grows? Peaches? I
Ooh,
think probably
fruit.
peaches.
What is it?
I want to say,
Probably a
I
mango
want to go with
one.
peach. I'm gonna go with peaches.
Aw.
I love peaches.
They're pretty cute.
Peaches for free.
My fruit.
Millions of peaches.
Peaches for free.
Hard to say with an
You
awakening.
know that
tree,
song
right?
wasn't about fruit?
What?
Is it about butts?
Great.
Now let's leave.
Goodbye. Waves several branches. The kids are like, ah, yeah. See ya.
One
Bye.
kid falls to their death.
Bye, lady.
Bye.
Bye, pretty lady.
Goodbye.
Aw.
Who was he talking to?
You, Dane. You're the prettiest lady amongst us.
Oh,
Don't
All right.
focus to go even further. Morgan.
Eventually it's gotta pop, right?
Let's see if
You would think.
Chavez is
Nope.
able to.
Limitless.
Oh yeah.
What's that, Mondo?
Um.
Or Coco?
Yeah. Chavez is like, you know what? Let's forget all this walking business, and we'll take a cart. I got one lined up for us.
Perfect.
Sounds good to me.
Couple of steer to pull along the road. Good old sturdy animals.
Nothing ever goes wrong in a cart.
Nope.
True.
Not once. Not in my experience.
Only under a cart.
He says coyly.
Oh, that's where you sleep, right? Under the cart?
Sometimes I feel
so now we're making our way to Waterdeep.
So yeah, you all mount the cart. You find a couple of steer, couple of
Yeah. Dane definitely mounts the cart.
Ew.
mounted to the front of the cart. It's half covered. It's got like, well, not really half covered. It's got like a shade that leans forward over the driver's seat, and then the back is just like kind of cargo space, but it is uncovered. But it does have a blanket you can throw over. It has like a tarp included, rolled up. Presumably you just kind of put your shit in there, and there you go.
Yeah, this is where we can put our vast amount of shit.
A lot of shit. There's a lot.
Yeah, you have 20 pounds of fucking stones.
Can I work on it? I'm gonna try and, as we're taking the truck, I'm going to try and fashion.
You can do whatever the fuck you want.
I'm gonna do that. Then. Thank you.
Okay. Fine.
Fine.
So, you begin
My
to.
stone-
I guess Shabbos will take the helm. So, all right, to the barge right. He'll start heading north, which is to say he's gonna go to the east and then north,
Huh?
unless you tell him otherwise.
I thought we had to
Because
go
he
to
wasn't part of that
Waterdeep
discussion.
to talk to-
Yeah.
Yeah,
We gotta go to
we
Waterdeep
need
to
to,
talk to...
make a slight detour.
Oh yeah. Oh, all right. Where we turning off?
Waterdeep.
Waterdeep.
He pauses. Oh. All right. He'll do a 180. well, all right then. Okay. Didn't quite sign up for that, but I'm not gonna turn down the escort.
Oh, it's an escort mission.
Let's go ahead. Okay. It's a couple weeks out of the way, but sure.
Excuse me, are you
I'll-
complaining?
Yeah,
I wouldn't dream of it. I wouldn't dream of it for a
I
moment.
pat the cask of ale and was like, you're in
I
good
kinda-
hands.
I'll sit up front with him and explain the whole thing about the giants and the mage that we got to talk to.
Oh, you know that? Okay. Oh, Naxine's got you running down here for. Okay, that. She's a shrewd one. She's a shrewd one.
Oh, speaking of the Giants, I had a little powwow sesh with good old CC, and our plan may or may not. So, hey, Goldenfield may or may not be doomed. So, we're good.
Well, it looks like we're gonna have another circle around to check on them. They're in good
Yeah,
hands
that's
at the
fine.
moment.
They're fine. Furio can beat up some giants, right? An army of giants, and then a giant. He's good.
Listen, I'm still hoping that it'll just, they'll realize that the food here isn't as good.
And they could take it like one of two ways. They could either hold back, be like, oh, we don't want to eat these people anymore because hey, the food's bad, or they could just throw a fit and destroy the village.
They might not want to come so close after those skeletons were left on the gates. They might be deterred.
See
Oh,
it as
right,
an excuse to-
I guess we we combed over that, didn't we? That you were gonna check out those corpses.
Yes.
After the tainted food, I would hope they were deterred.
So after he starts going east and you pass by the city and you're like, wait. We gotta go to Waterdeep. He's like, oh, okay. That's when you see, you're passing by the corpses. So I guess that would be when you would hop off the cart, head over to the bodies.
Magmans would have a little lovely field day of incineration.
So
My friend, you're about to see some shit.
you see leans forward in the cart and just watches you kind of watches
Have you
Dane
ever seen a giant burn?
watches y'all just watches those who are taking the magmans just trot happily across the field towards this buzzards have landed on the piles that have the strewn piles that have been like they haven't been like ceremoniously heaped up, and certainly not buried. They're not too worried about. They don't seem to be too worried about scavengers coming in to Golden Fields, and even then, circle of life shit, right? Just gonna be fertilizer anyway. So it's an ugly sight, but that's kind of what they're counting on. If the others were to come back, so what do you do?
Well, like gently nudge the Magmans forward. We're like, all right, come on. You had all this energy. Go.
It's almost like, really?
Yeah.
just legs akimbo, arms grasping the ground, legs go forward of the hands, just full on, like, just bounding towards.
They're so cute and bloodlust.
Whee! Into this flare in midair, just lands face first into like this pile of ogre and goblin flesh, and just popping, bubbling, the boiling of skin, flesh smoking, just
Beautiful.
At some point, I turn to the guy and just go, "You might want to cover your nose."
You might be okay. I'm thinking of the direction the river is and where the wind would be blowing. The
Morgan
guards
stayed inside of the cart, by the way.
Say what?
Morgan stayed inside the cart. No,
Yeah, you're chatting with Chavez. He's like, by God, what are they doing?
They're having fun.
Playing.
Burning stuff.
They certainly are.
Some Magmans just want to watch the world burn.
You see one of them. You see Cole breach. Bling! And just embers just spinning like Brandy at the show, just like a top, arms out, whee, and drills in as the flesh beneath her, its burning form, just burns, immolates, softens, and just creates this hole of bubbling viscera. The buzzards have fucked the fuck off. The buzzards are gone. Buzzards are brave and kind of, aggressive birds on their own, but this is some shit. This is some shit they're seeing right here. I do want to roll something. Nothing would have the audacity at this particular juncture. How long are you gonna give them? There's a lot here.
Enough to get it started.
Yeah, enough to tucker them out.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you sit and you chat with Chavez, maybe snack on some rations or something for a good hour and a half. As they're just, this is their shit. There's this partying down. They're just going to town on this heap, this mountain. You notice along the top wall, where they have footing, where it had, the chunks haven't been pulled out, where they have placed some makeshift boards so they can, some boards that have some makeshift footing so to get across. That they have, they got their. And their like claws, their handkerchiefs around their noses, like, ah. and as he's struggling, he's like, and you see like 4 others come with just heaving heavy pails of water, and they just place them on the wall, like. give me a little salute. Just.
And Brandon just waving. You're welcome.
What is what that finger means?
At least they're getting some energy
So
out.
after roughly an hour and a half, they start slowing down. You see them still like the stuff isn't gone. Most of it is there's patches of bone that have blackened. Some of the bone has become so brittle that it has just sort of flaked away and cracked. As they burn with a very intense heat when they're in it, when they're on. And they have time. The spots that have not immolated and been reduced to ruin and bone, the the ancient fragments of a structure that was once flesh, are burning.
Great.
A bit more casually, so it's only a matter of time before it becomes all bone. Oops, all bone. After they had hit the pile, they gone onto the giant, and the giant went up quick because that motherfucker was filthy. Like everyone else, goblinoids they don't really fuck with hygiene too much, but a hill giant is disgusting. Ugh, just gnarly, stinky, fucking oily mess, and so he ignited quickly. And they're basically taking turns like running up and just ramming into his side. Runs up, does a flip. One of them runs up and drop kicks. They start doing the shuck and jive, like leaning and spinning, and then like fling each other into the side of the giant. Whump. Gets up a little dazed and goes back at it. So they start to tuck her out. And they come staggering back to you. Actually, they don't really stagger back. They're still going at it, I think. But you see them slowing down, and you're like, okay, it's been long enough.
Time to go get them.
Time to go.
You're like, They weakly protest. They're like a kid who's been at the pool too long, and you know they need a nap.
You've had enough.
And they'll drop their flare. They're still very hot, but
Yeah, just grab a couple pieces of the charcoal for the road.
yeah, grab some.
Viscera.
Well, okay, to that point, a piece of charcoal, not so much. It's gonna be mostly ash. You can get some ash.
I mean,
Piece of it?
I got some ash once. I got ash
So
from
you know
my
that
last night,
that deep burned ash and water can make a passable ink.
Ash for days.
So you get some of that. You get some ash. If you want to try and get some charcoal, it's gonna be a charred bone fragment, and that's maybe not the same.
Something that'll last a while. Probably, yeah.
By the way, as you do this, it fucking stinks.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you can add some
like-
handfuls of ash to your inventory just fine.
We'll just have them burn Dane.
Oh!
Feel the ring, it's fine.
You're right. Pardon me.
Alright.
Brandon will grab about 4 handfuls, so it's 2 each, of charcoal each, and
Okay.
yeah.
You mean ash?
Ash, yeah. Just be ash.
Ash, yeah. And then one will go to Cole and one will go to Ember for now, to keep them placated.
Do you put it in anything? You just hand them some ash?
Hand it to them so they can snuggle up with it. Like
It's
a
ash.
little stuffy, yeah.
An
It's not a
ashy
rock. It's
It's
great.
ash. It's powder.
Oh,
You just
Yeah.
so you hand it to them, they're like,
bone. Bone, then.
just,
You know.
they're another very ashy. I mean, they already were, but now that their flame is doused, it's dusty. Yeah, if you snap off some bone, you can hand them some dried bone,
Yes.
and they'll sword fight with it, just sort of just like conk conk.
Aw.
Yeah.
One of them's gonna act like Tobovar and be like,
I learned it from watching you.
They talked well.
This fire came out of nowhere.
Shabbos is like, you know, I've seen some things. That's certainly not one of them.
But now it is.
Hey, little guy. He's got his pipe. Hey, little guy, got a light? And he'll point the open end of the pipe towards him. Let's see how intelligent this thing will be. Oh, that's really good. Cole will sort of like lazily look up, like he's got this like for maybe too much of an apt metaphor or apt analogy. He's got post-com face, right? He's got just,
Whoa.
you know, he's got that well, literal glow. But he's like, and just puts his finger in the pipe. Just, oh, yeah. Good job. It's got a flavor to it. We ready?
Please, God, let's go.
There's
I'm
crocodile.
ready.
So water deep, you said. Okay, want to make sure
Yes.
nothing changed in the last hour. All right, good. All right, we're going to water deep. It's roughly after an hour and a half. You left pretty early in the morning, so taking off around noonish. It's steer unless you're trying to really press and go at a hurried pace. Let me check the map.
Listen, we want to get out of there before the giants come back.
Yeah.
Now let's take a look here. There's Golden Fields. Well, from Golden Fields, I guess the way to go would be just kind of clear across the plains or alongside the river. Let's see. Oh no! That's silly. That's silly talk. Right here we have North Furrow. It's gonna take you down southwest rather, along North Furrow Road. The North Furrow Trail, which of course North Furrow's End is named after. And that will take you directly to Waterdeep.
Great.
As you know from your expert navigational skills and the map that you possess. So, for the day's worth of travel, you travel along North Rose Road. For the rest of the day, it becomes night. The weather has been relievingly clear, besides a stiff breeze every now and then that seems to come from absolutely nowhere. It's clear, cool, and then suddenly, brisk, stiff breeze. Nothing. Hot, drifting breeze. Nothing. Otherwise quite cloudless. As night falls, I imagine you look for a place to set yourself for the night. Great.
Yeah.
Then I presume watches will be had.
I'll take first, and I'll keep working on my stroller idea.
Yes. Were you going to be working while on the road in the back of the cart?
Yes.
Okay. I'll take a... while this is a path, this is still a cart. I don't really have much by way of shock absorption. So I will say make a straight intelligence. Or dexterity.
Intelligence it will be. And it's a 10.
Since it was in the back of a bumpy cart, we're gonna do -2.
Ooh. And the 8.
8. I will make a note of that. One of the stones you're trying to get a feel for the way the stonecutter's tools work.
Mhm.
And you're trying to be Ginger at first. It's not really doing much. You're trying to be really careful, really delicate. Yeah, you're strong. You don't want to go too hard. It's not doing anything. It's not doing anything but leaving little tiny scratches in it. And you're like, all right, a little more. Trying to carve off some chunks. And the wagon hits a little bump in the road, and clink, and you break off a huge corner. So you sort of segment a large bit off of one of the stones. Ow. It's gonna take some practice.
Okay. Sure.
It's my documents open here, so I can add a note of 8.
Oh boy.
Ow.
Okay. So as the party is resting and you're taking first watch, you're gonna continue carving stone.
Trying to not as loud. Is there any way I can do it quietly? I'm kind of far away so they can't hear me.
Well, let's find out.
Okay.
Let's make.
Is there a quiet way to chip away at stone?
Let's make. You're trying to do this quietly.
Yeah.
I'll say we'll just go ahead and make a stealth roll. We'll go ahead and first make the intelligence or dexterity.
Intelligence goes like.
So you've been on the road for most of the day, and that's what that 8 accounts for.
The,
That's when you're practicing
the
that.
dex is lower than the intelligence. Go intelligence.
Okay.
Oh, fuck me 4.
Wow.
Okay. Now make a stealth check at disadvantage.
Okay. That's a 5.
Not great.
Not good.
So as the party is trying to sleep, and you are watching, go ahead and also make a perception check at disadvantage.
Perception at disadvantage.
Yeah.
Fuck. Okay, that sucks, and that sucks even worse. How about a 4? I am
Wow.
failing everybody all day. Okay.
So as Branded Edge volunteers to go on watch for the first couple hours of you all trying to rest, she is sitting on a tree stump, loudly pulverizing a stone into dust. Kang, 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 kang. Kang, 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 kang. Rhythmically.
Can you just turn off your ear sensors? Like, seriously.
Amazing.
Oh, you were serious.
What the fuck? Wow, I've never seen a dice so perfectly cocked like that. It wasn't even against the wall. It was just sitting on the edge.
Huh?
It was not you.
We get it.
That was weird.
We get
What
it.
the fuck?
Your die has a perfect cock.
Ew.
It's my nat 20, baby.
Way to brag.
Winning rooster.
Well, who's next?
I can go next.
Okay. Take a break and pardon
What
my
in
party.
the hell is happening out? Will you please? Shalvis.
Oh Jesus! I'm so sorry.
I'm gonna like levitate some pebbles and just like flick him at Edge. Just
Ting.
Are you trying to help? Are
Johnny.
you trying to help? Aim down here
Johnny,
where the
do me a
work is at.
favor.
Yeah.
Take that whatever she's hitting it with and throw it into the goddamn stratosphere.
I think this could only be comedically elevated by the addition of, I'm sorry, I was trying to be quiet.
She was. She rolled that stealth check for the sake of trying to quietly do it, and yep. That's right on. It's perfectly on.
Go to bed now.
Okay.
We were almost as loud as those children when I was trying to meditate.
Oh.
I play a recording back right in his ear. Like this?
Do you have like minor illusion or thaumaturgy or something like that? Because that would be a very applicable thing to do.
Granted, it does not have
Okay.
that.
No.
You just you mimic it. You do it to the best of your ability.
Sorry.
Dane.
I'll be quiet now.
Dane.
Fantastic.
Your
Yes.
second watch, you say?
Hell yeah.
Let's have it.
What? Oh no.
There's an 8 and a 4. Okay. Let's make a note.
This is what? Perception?
Yes.
8.
That's twice as good as she was.
Not wrong.
You sit at the stump where she was hammering that stone into dust, and some of it is still sort of floating in the air. You're like, I'm sit over here. You just plant yourself in the dirt, looking around at the distant hillside off to the west. But nearly moonless night. No, it's pretty much moonless. It's only been 2 days since that little sliver of moon. Very dark. You don't notice much activity. Just the occasionally that stiff breeze kicks up again. Dust.
The gift that keeps giving. Thank you.
Bernadette can see this happening but doesn't react because she's trying to rest, but in turn it's just like,
Beep boop.
oh no. Oh fuck.
Yeah.
So sorry.
Otherwise, it passes without incident.
Good.
Who's next?
I can go.
Okay. Have that perception check.
I'm sure that
It's
my
making me cough. It's like, I've been coughing a lot, but now I'm thinking about this sympathy cough from the dust.
my +0 in perception will help.
Better than mine, that -1.
Yeah. 6.
Ooh. Wow.
Does everybody speak up about watch before the ones that have high perception?
I waited. I waited.
Give me a minute.
I'm trying to help because
come,
I
first
can
serve.
stay awake and be asleep.
There was a lot of dead air before I said
This is
I
true.
guess I can.
Yeah.
I do it. We gotta account for dead
How
air.
come those with high perception don't immediately say
So I guess I didn't need the long rest. So I could have. I'm
Whoops.
just used to either doing
Dark
that
night.
instead of certain times.
6. You look out. Don't see much past
Yeah.
what your night vision allows. Not much movement out there. You do notice the annoying. No, you don't. You're comfortable. Your robe is blown every now and then. Ooh. But besides that,
nobody else is awake? Why would I ew?
because it feels nice to do.
Just let that wind hit the bod.
Oh wow. That bowel.
Yet the night seems to pass without incident. You may all arise. Arise, chicken.
Right, it's just like, I'm so sorry.
Never again.
So sorry.
Chavez wakes up with you the next day and... How'd y'all sleep? I mean, me, great. Just real good. Eventually.
Everybody glares at Brandon.
The hell you doing last... Like, what were you doing? Slamming some rocks together?
I was.
You were... You really... You actually were. Oh. I mean, I was fucking with you, but I guess you were. Okay.
Uh-huh.
I mean, next time, maybe if you could don't.
Okay.
While we're sleeping. I mean,
Okay.
just saying. Hold up. I got something in the car. I did bring some coffee.
Oh, okay.
I only got the one pot though. Is that gonna be enough? Who takes their coffee?
Brandon, I'm just gonna be drinking out of the cask of wine. I'm good.
Oh, boy.
Damn. That's an early start. Oh, okay, well.
I
I'm gonna brew up some coffee for you.
I warm up the coffee and make it taste better.
Oh, thank you.
And
I will have a cup,
Yes.
please.
oh, you prestidigitate the whole pot?
Mm-hmm.
How do you make it taste better? Because taste is subjective, my homie.
It's magically just tastes better. That's what it says.
You flavor it.
delicious.
You magically flavor it. You gotta.
Tastes like
It's a thing. It's a thing you're gonna have to do on purpose. Do you make it
Tastes like
sweeter? Do you make it more bitter? Do you make it stronger? Do you make it creamier?
Oh, I make it
You
stronger.
make it stronger.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Chavez is like, ho. That's a hell of a cup of coffee.
That'll put hair on her chest.
You got a
I
knack.
used to have hair on my chest.
You got a knack.
Did you?
I don't think. Hey, I don't think we want any hair on that pretty little chest of yours.
Why you looking like
Who's this flirty guy? Who is he?
Have you seen the picture of Chavez? Dude, he's cute. Let me have this.
Fine.
I mean, you made him mean to some people, but no, maybe not to everybody. You all have your rations. You know, check off your rations for the previous day. I mean,
Oh yeah.
you do have your gift basket as well. So maybe you're munching some good treats.
Yes, I do have my basket.
And that stuff's not like as preserved as the rations. So you might want to.
Yeah,
You
can
so
have
Earth.
once we got a little bit away from town, I was gonna be like, hey guys. Yeah, of course they can have a little bit.
Laugh that meat.
We've been through so much, and it's been so long since we've been able to just sit and have something nice.
Yeah. Little
Open
smoky
up the
meat
picnic.
on some sliced, this just hard crust.
Cheese and some bread and
Some butter.
some jam.
Make a little.
Yes.
Make a little
The
sandwich.
preserves will of course preserve. You know, you got some jams and fruits in some jars. Those will keep. But we'll say, for the sake of travel, Brandy, do you continue to practice your stone cutting on the road? I'm gonna say you're down to with those rolls. You're down to 16 pounds of stone.
16 pounds? Okay. I may have to change my design from a stroller to one of those,
Baby Bjorns?
baby backpacks that you strap on.
Okay. All right.
So my ideal was that it would troll behind in some wheels, but now it's like it's gonna have to be closer and smaller.
In the meantime, the Magmen seem to be more or less content to hang out with Shidani and Dane.
Okay, good.
since I quite trust that no one else is gonna reach out and grab the flaming little beasts. Especially not Morgan. How does Morgan think of them? Are they more like pets
They're
or
children.
children? Okay. Yep. Okay. So Morgan's not reaching for them. They're children who also burn.
Don't all children?
Why do only the women
If
get
given the right
children
tools.
burn?
Can't believe I still have Orioth in my notes.
Orion.
Carpet roll. Yeah. Well. Brandon, are you continuing to practice on the road?
I will take votes from my compatriots. Will they?
Please, God.
Will they?
Can we have
Wait.
some quiet?
Will they endure me trying on the road?
Fine.
Is it one yes, one no?
Block it out.
Is it 2 yes, 1 no?
Do what you want.
It seems like it's less intense when you're not trying to sleep.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will promise not to do it at bedtime anymore. I'm so
Okay.
sorry about that.
But yes, we'll say, all right. We will consider this to be looks like this would be about a 3-day trip. 3 day? Oh, yeah, that's about right. 3.5, 4 day maybe. If we consider red, large, water deep, then that's about a week.
While we're on the road, can I keep my eye out for something that looks like it might be Amora's tears?
I'd say if you stop to let the steer graze for a little bit, and I'll have you make an make a nature check.
Nature, huh?
Am
Yeah.
I too busy to do that, or can I help them?
I think you're pretty invested in your Stonecutter tools.
Okay. Second.
10.
10.
Mhm.
We'll say with your instruction, you can add a +2 to that particular search.
The 12.
Say this area. Good nature die. What do I want? Do I want it higher or lower? Shit. Right. You think you have it. Turns out they're actually just juvenile. They not fully colored petals of geranium. Not juvenile, but they're something in the odd weather might be just making the petals look more pale. You actually find the geraniums that they look like. And you're like, oh shit, got it. And you pinch.
I don't pinch. I use my mage hand
Mage
to
hand.
pinch.
Yeah. You don't get a lot of force out of mage hand, but it doesn't take much. They're petals. So you pinch and nothing. Seems dry.
Sag.
I
go back
Okay.
to the cart, read my book while we're waiting.
Okay. I'll say reading the book. I'll give you half. Make an intelligence check. If you're spending time on the road reading the book while Brandy's practicing as well.
Oh wow.
It's a lot easier to do
Yeah.
when you're on the cart to read than to try and actually do dexterous labor.
So 19.
Though it is a little difficult when someone's making a lot of noise next to you, but that's fine. 19. All right, so we'll say we'll round it down to 9, and you will. I'll make a note of that for your study.
I'll also say that I'll keep working on the sketch of the Jean
There you
that
go.
I started
That one is a little tricky on the road as well.
when I was in the cart.
Yeah.
Is what I was thinking, but
Yeah, it's
if it's too much.
a little
that's
bumpy.
fine.
You can do it. It would just be a little penalty for it. Because I've tried to draw in the car before, and it ain't easy.
Yeah.
So yeah, certainly. Yeah, you can give me a dex or intelligence. I'd say charisma, just kind of performance. Maybe not for a sketch. Maybe I'll walk it back. Say dexterity or intelligence.
What kind of a cart are we riding in? A Lincoln or a Geo?
Well, there's some
15.
disadvantage for you.
So you rolled a 15?
Hmm.
Okay.
Right.
We'll say on the cart, we'll sort of give it a. Oh shit! Hold on. So what did I say? I said 9 for Morton. What we're gonna do? What did I say? 3 days? Well, that was 1 day. So 3 more days. I'll add the 9 real quick. So. Shani, you do have your proficiency, right? Because you're proficient with the painter's stuff. And did you already add that?
No, I don't believe I did.
Okay.
I just did my dex. I forgot. What is adding proficiency?
What's your
Sorry.
What's
I
your
can't
proficiency
remember.
bonus? I think it's probably +3 at this level.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, since your proficiency with the
18.
18.
So 18.
Great. It has been on the cart for this period of travel, so we'll just take a -2. So 16.
Okay, cool.
Great. With a 16, I think you're able to. If what you're going for is a nice sort of etching looking print of the Ifrit or the Dao.
The Ifrit.
The Ifrit. Okay.
From the cave, yeah.
Yes. All right. You're basically done. I mean, if you didn't want to add like more color to it, like you have a nice rendering. Of
Okay,
the
I'm
Ifrit.
gonna start adding the Gorgon then. I'm trying to remember his name. I'm gonna slowly just start adding the other
Okay. All right.
main.
So we'll have 2 more days of travel. First, let's go ahead and do all 3 rolls for Brandy. Let's do your intelligence or dexterity for practicing with the stone cutter's tools.
Okay.
Again, these will be at -2. They'll each be at -2 because you're doing it on the cart.
Okay. So intelligence. So straight roll then. Ooh, 8.
That's after the -2.
Sorry, say again, please.
Is that after the penalty?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. You're segmenting more stones into smaller stones. If you want to continue for the other 2 days of travel, just roll twice again.
Let's do it. Intelligence again.
Yep.
I got a 16 this time.
Oh,
With the -2.
nice. Okay, 36. We're getting a little better. You're able to figure out a way to bevel a fresh edge to make it cleaner. Like, okay, I'm getting the hang of this chisel. I'm getting the hang of this file. I'm able to round out these corners and stuff. In fact,
Okay.
with a roll like that, it's pretty good. You're able to kind of like as you're filing, you're able to use the bounce of the cart. Like, there we go. There's a little
Extra boost.
Yeah.
Nice.
there's a little rhythm to it. Okay, and for the 3rd day.
Third day. Oh, that's a
The
good
3rd
9.
additional day of travel. Okay, 9. Yeah, you're trying to figure out more complex shapes. You're trying to get a good triangle into it with the corner of the chisel, and just again crack down the middle of the block. Like So you didn't pulverize
It would have
these.
been a 16 angle.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, that's correct. Okay, I have marked a bit of practice onto your.
Thanks. Oh my god.
Sheet.
So try.
Okay, let's say Morgan. For the other 2 days, are you continuing to read?
Yeah, why not?
It is very dry. You're only going to get so much more information out of this text, but it's committed to memory, and that's fine. That's what intelligence is
I
for,
might
right?
as well finish this one.
May as well.
Maybe I'll find another one in Waterdeep.
Yeah, and because it is so dry and densely packed, like you're able to skim through for relevant stuff. Like it is very much a reference without much advice. But it's good to know. Good to know these references. So, yeah, 2 more intelligence checks, and take.
One's a 6.
Okay. So I will take 3.
One's an 11.
Okay. For 11, I will add, round down to 5. Okay, you got a little bit. I'm counting this as practice towards your poisoner's kit.
Okay.
Because you are, figuring out the
I'm
properties of these
proficient
things, and not so much like what to do with them. That's why I'm only giving it half.
Yeah.
But you're figuring some shit out. Shadani,
I'm doing some math in my head.
Yeah. Shadani, you're adding more to the drawing. I'll take intelligence or dexterity. With the
Okay.
-2 on the cart. I don't have any practice to add for you, but this is
23
for the
for
product.
my next night.
Ooh, nice. Is that after the -2? For the bouncing
Oh,
cart?
21.
21? Just 21. Yeah, you get Marlos. Marlos's visage. What you can interpret. Well, you saw the petrified face. So, yeah, because you didn't get a good look when he was alive, because you wouldn't be. So you were able to see the face, and you're like, all right, this is probably what it looks like when alive. And you, lovingly, for what is described as such a hideous creature, there's maybe a tragic beauty that you have managed to capture, despite being on this bouncy cart. She died.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Hi, Nancy.
Back up here. Okay. Well, we shuffled around for a moment. But yeah, you're on the second night of travel, you're able to add, and she's back. You're able to add a lovingly rendered, again, tragically beautiful Gorgon, or rather, Medusa. A Gorgon is actually something else in D&D.
Medusa.
That is what we call them.
Yeah, it's in the same black and white temperamental line, right? It's the same like kind of rough-hewn line, but there's a flow to each curve. The line has a texture that implies energy. Okay, are you doing? Are you adding any more to it? Color or additional imagery?
Yeah, I think the next person I'm thinking is the lady who escaped, the fairy lady.
Ah, yes. Okay. All right. So you're arranging them in this like lovely asymmetrical sort of pattern, and off in the next corner you start on her sketch. So what you got?
7. So she's just not coming out right.
With a -2 on the cart, so 5, I guess.
Wait.
What was that?
No, it was
That's after?
9 or
It wasn't. Okay. Yeah.
9 to 7. Yeah.
You know what you're going for, and you got the shape blocked out, but you don't really remember what she looked like so well because it was brief and a heart-pounding moment. You try to recall, but you remember being worried about Dane's odd behavior. You were worried about her exuding her influence on him. You were worried about the giant crocodile. You were worried about all the shit going on, so you didn't have time to really commit her so much to memory. But you got the block shape out. You know, you can try and drum it up sometime in the future. If there's nothing else that anyone is trying to get done, we can mark off a couple days worth of. Well, not really. You got the gift basket. Except that'll last you like another day or two.
Right.
before the fresher meat starts to just not be so delicious. It's not gonna, be off that quickly, but I mean, gotta be careful with your meats.
For sure.
But we will say that on the early evening, it's a bit before dusk of that final day of travel, the North Furrows Road, you see off in the horizon towards the coast, already the smell of the sea. And the great walls and towers within of the City of Splendor, Waterdeep, crests into your view as you approach the northeastern gate of its majestic walls of the largest city on the Sword Coast, the most populous metropolis. And that is where we will call it a session.
Next week is the shopping episode.
I expect montages.
That's
all you can eat. All you can eat montages.
Oh my god, I'm gonna try to organize the list of stuff that I have that we have. Y'all got the money I sent you last week, right? Yeah.
Y'all best talk amongst yourselves, because you got a lot. You got a lot. A lot of shit.
Got
Some would say too much shit. I say not enough.
hordes of stuff.
Some would say some shit. We have arrived at Waterdeep. Oh, you need sexy time. Oh, yes. Oh, it's Waterdeep, baby. You can find anything.
Yeah.
You know where to look.
Oh, they got fish tacos here.
It is the City of Splendors, my friends. Anything goes for the right price. Well,
I gotta see about the Ruby of the Sea.
Hey, that's not the right.
Show you the
place.
ruby in the sea.
That's the wrong world.
Wrong world. Well, who is doing some shit right now? You know what? Let's go from RPG to RPG, shall we? We're gonna go raid my boy Dice the Vice, who is currently playing Heroes of Might and Magic 3, Restoration of Arathia.
Oh, what would Mondo know about that?
Dice
Well,
the Vice, which is weird. I don't know if he's got a flavor to him. Dice the Vice, he's a good boy. His alerts are a lot of fun. Definitely play with the channel points on his stream. He's a huge weeb and leans into every meme, and he's really good at
I'm
it.
there for
Nice.
it. I'm there for it.
He has predictions where he will duel himself, and there's a lot of jutsus happening, and he plays it in just such a way that it's just ironic enough and just genuine enough that it's so good.
You're not strong enough, Sasuke. You don't have enough hate.
On the pay.
So yes, we're gonna go raid Dice the Vice. Yeah, we got the raid. I don't even have to type it. We got the raid call right there. Nancy already got it. So we'll send that meat train
So sorry
down the
for
rails
keeping you up, guys.
to Dice the Vice. Give him the gasm. Tell him to ride the meat train and give him that gasm. If you have Slappy gasm, absolutely give him the Slappy gasm. But any gasm will do in a pinch. So be a good friend and grant him a gasm. And thank you so much for hanging out for this portion of the adventure. I look forward to next week when we crest the walls of Waterdeep. Oh, there's so much to offer the party here.
Shopping.
There's a lot.
Shopping!
In the biggest city, I'm looking forward to this. I'm definitely.
I'm gonna sell me an eye.
Gasm, there you go.
Like my good eye, my bad eye.
¿Por qué no los dos?
Oh, I'm gonna leave.
So,
You know what?
thank you so
The less
much.
you know, the better.
I believe we'll be doing Storm Riders D&D next Saturday as well. Correct? We didn't do it just yesterday, so we'll be bi-weekly D&D session with Stormriders on Saturday, 4 p.m. Eastern, right here. And weekly Level Heads D&D at 4 p.m. Eastern, right here as well. Until then, let's go hang out with Dice. And I will see you next time. Stay easy.
Hell yeah.
Perfectly timed, Slappy. That was fun.